my seat, and I'm sitting very low. He,
I'll give it 30 more seconds. And then we'll start. Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to call the study session meeting of November 29th, 2023 to order. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez, Councilmember Gregory, Councilmember Ross,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale,
Here.
Mayor Lamb.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes, Mayor.
Great, thank you. And City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation?
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you're a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I have not received any requests to speak forms at this time, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide, that's okay, sir. You can go ahead and provide your comment and then fill it out afterwards. Did you want to provide comment right now? If you
Sure.
have public comment, you are more than welcome to approach the podium.
On the city of Coachella Valley, of all cities. Happy to reside here since 1999 in Cathedral City. Been a great working relationship with councils over and over. I'm the president of the Association of the Auto Center. I preside over 16 car owners and 27 franchises. We meet monthly. We work on budgetary items and discuss future opportunities. And as we'll hear more about, President Laura Hope will share with us about Roadrunner. And as a car dealer, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Auto Association, that's an invaluable, most remarkable achievement of this city to have one gotten, retained, kept. I know there was a little, attempt to get it going east, but it's a win, and we're awfully proud of it. It's another achievement, another feather in this council's cap, and I say thank you on behalf of the Auto Center. Further, Stone James, our economic director, he has been such a great communicator from your council, from your city, to all of our car dealers. He attends our meetings regularly. He reports economically on agenda items that he can talk about, on future items that he can talk about. He's an Auto Center friend, and he's a big proponent of this city. It's been a delight working with him. He was instrumental in our reader board, and he's been instrumental Heck, he's had the Chief Crum come to the meetings. Rita has joined us. City manager has joined us. I'm personally welcoming you, Nancy Ross, because you have not joined us.
You got a deal.
Stone brought the team of the unhoused police officers, the team that monitors and manages and watches the folks that are camping right now in our courtyard, by the way, out by the fountain. There's like 9 of them. So somebody can put a note somewhere, chief. He brought a group of police, and we talked about, because we have a homeless problem, I mean, the pot problem's kind of gone away, by the way, and that's a big achievement to Stone coming and talking to us about the smell, and then reminding us about your modifications and what you're having the businesses do to minimize the smell. Just Stone's information to us is just critical. But bringing that to the police, he talked about bringing in the new fire guy, so I've got to hold that one, but we want Nancy first. In any case, thank you, Laura Hope, for being our interim. I hope you're forever our leader of COD, and we'd look forward to Roadrunner and all your car dealers do. And I'm being a little insular because I'm a Cathedral City car dealer, but Indio's going to win. Whatever they have going on in Rancho Mirage is going to win. Whatever Palm Springs has got going on is going to win. All the dealerships throughout the whole valley. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I see.
I'm the timekeeper. Thank you. Any other public comments? Thank you, Andy.
It looks like the rest of the individuals in here are staff.
Great. And Councilman Gutierrez is.
Yes, we'll note for the record that Councilmember Gutierrez is now.
Thank you. Thank you. So the first item on our study session is the presentation, College of the Desert Roadrunner Motors Campus Update, and we're looking forward to this. So,
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We are delighted to have with us tonight COD's interim superintendent president, Laura Hope, and I'm going to let her introduce whoever she would like to that's here with us, and she'll give you a presentation. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McClendon. Thank you so much, Mayor Rita Lamb, for having us here. Mayor Pro Tem Carnaval and all of the city council members, we really appreciate your time and your attention. My name is Laura Hope, as was mentioned. I'm the interim superintendent president at College of the Desert, going into my 6th month. And as some of you know, because I've had a chance to meet you, we've been doing a tour of the valley, doing listening sessions across the valley, and at our Cathedral City listening session, one of the things that we heard is that a presentation about where we are with Roadrunner Motors would be welcomed by the council, and so we're looking forward today to giving you an update. I also want to make sure that I get an opportunity to introduce my colleagues and part of our team. First of all, Nicholas Robles, who's our Public Information Officer, and also my colleague, Dr. Scott Atkins, who is in charge of our West Valley campus. Scott, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yes, I'm the director of the Educational Centers for the West Valley, which would include Cathedral City, Palm Springs, and Desert Hot Springs locations, and it also includes our involvement in the Palm Springs Unified School District, high schools and middle schools as well. So, all right.
Great. So if we could sort of think about a theme for this presentation, I think it would be that College of the Desert is on the move. So that's an intentional pun, that this is all about transportation and Roadrunner Motors, but we've also got a lot of things moving forward. Because this isn't just about the work we're doing in Cathedral City, it's about how we're building out both the west and the east sides of the valley in order to support all of our students. So we're going to talk kind of at the macro level about the west side development, and then talk specifically about Roadrunner Motors so that you've got a little bit more context. And of course, we're open to questions and would love to hear from the council if there's anything that we can bring back in order to create clarity or address any of the questions that you might have. So Scott's going to start us off with a discussion about some of the work that's happening in the West Valley.
Particular to the Cathedral City area, we have for the spring, we're opening up 3 ESL listings, which will be Foundations of English as a Second Language, Comprehensive 1 and Comprehensive 2 at Mount St. Jacinto High School. Those will be night classes, and that's something we haven't been able to do in a couple of years due to COVID and some other things. So we're happy to expand that. We're also looking to expand other offerings, especially at that site, because it's really conducive to what we can do for adult students at night. So we're looking into doing that. We're also in the middle of doing a bilingual COD campaign, Your Community, Your College. We'll be promoting new advertising in different ways to people in Cathedral City. And this location in Cathedral City also would serve Palm Springs area as well for English as a second language. And as I'm not sure I should be announcing this, but we are arranging for the State of the College to happen in February at Toyota of the Desert to bring our State of the College here, because this is the newest building that we're going to be building, and so we feel like we need to be in the area and promote that as well. So that's a great connection for us, for Roadrunner Motors, and what we're doing.
And big thanks to Toyota, who's
sorry.
also helping to sponsor the event, so we're really excited to do it there.
Yeah. I don't know what I did wrong, but
Wrong way.
can you click it for me?
Thank you. Just
This new technology, okay.
so you were here, right?
There you go.
All right. I do want to update you about the Palm Springs Development Project. Thank you for Rita for being on our schematic design team, or helping us out, and we are going to be following up with some of those meetings and giving more information out as we move forward. We did complete the schematic design in June 2023. The design development phase is going to be completed. In fact, I'm getting documents this week about those new documents, and then we'll go into the construction document phase pretty soon. This is very important because the Palm Springs Development Project will also serve most of the West Valley. It'll be easier for all the students in the area to be able to come and have their classes there instead of going all the way out to Palm Desert or other parts of the valley. We're expected to move in the new campus late 2026 and start classes in the spring of 2027. We're continuing to develop a partnership with Cal Poly Pomona for a bachelor's degree in architecture, meaning that for the first 2 years, our students will go to the Palm Desert campus and get their first 2 years of schooling done, and then they will automatically be transferred into this program without having to go through all the application process. They'll automatically transfer into this. So we will have our own cohort here in the Valley for architecture as a bachelor's degree. And we're expanding healthcare education as we're doing in various places throughout the Valley, and giving training offerings and opportunities, not only for our students, but in connection with Desert Regional and our other hospitals throughout the Valley. We are also continuing our partnership with Palm Springs Cultural Center, which is the old Camelot Theater, as they call it, where they have many offerings that are going, and we hope to have a greater connection, and we've been meeting with them about the logistics of the new campus and how that will work with them and what they're already doing. We're really excited about that for the opportunities. And then, of course, and I hope I didn't mess this up again. I don't know why I'm clicking on it. Oh, no. There we go. See, it's simple. And the one thing that we do want to tell you before we go into the other particulars is about our student services and support, not only throughout the Valley, but what our students can do now. Even if a student is in the West Valley, may even take some classes 2 days a week in Palm Desert or another location, they still have these opportunities to come to our Palm Springs campus or our Desert Hot Springs campus and get those student services, including all enrollment services. If you can go to the Palm Springs campus right now, the temporary campus, you can register, enroll, pay your fees, do everything. Apply for everything except for the final point of financial aid can be done at that campus. We have academic support, including tutoring and library services at those locations. We also have a basic needs program that looks at people who are students who are either unhoused or have food insecurities, and we are able to support them in each location as well. It's just not on the Palm Desert campus. Transportation is, we're continuing our students to use Sunline. If you have a student ID, you can use that on any Sunline transportation throughout the valley. You don't have to use it just to go to school. You can use it to go to work, go to the grocery store, whatever you need. So every student has that opportunity. But we're also starting a new program called Roadrunner.
Oh,
What's the new program?
we haven't decided.
We haven't decided yet, but we're going to
What's
do
that? It's a
work in progress. So I thought I had a name already, but anyway, we're having a transportation system within our different campuses. So a student can go to any campus and get on a tram and go to another campus. So as long as they can get to Desert Hot Springs, Palm Springs, and eventually Roadrunner Motors, they would be able to go to the different campuses if they have a need on those. So that's something that the new executive cabinet has been developing along with cooperation with our board, and we're really excited about those opportunities. So again, another way of finding transportation for our students. We have an Edge Pledge program, which is our first year program, but we really expand it to the first 2 years. And those students in those programs can go to, they get free tuition and fees for the first 2 years of college if they go full-time. And they have student support, they have extra support, they have a system of checking up on those students. And we've seen that they've had much more success in their academic endeavors because they're supported by the Edge Pledge program. So we're very proud of that. We are also doing early college, which is considered now our dual and concurrent enrollment. So we have opportunities for students in the high schools or even at the summer and evenings to do concurrent enrollment and be a COD student so they can get to college earlier and do those things. And we're even developing them more. Our president, Laura, knows much more about it than I do, but know that we're working with each school district in getting more opportunities for high school students to get more college credit as we're going past that. And then, of course, I've already mentioned the ESL offerings that we're continuing to provide. We're also working with Palm Springs Unified to do certain classes like citizenship and those type of things to ensure that all cities have those type of support that they need for those type of educational opportunities.
Is this where we can ask him some questions?
Great.
Do
So
you
let's.
have any questions?
Oh, did you have a question,
Yes.
Nancy? Please.
You'd be so lucky for a question. It's not. So I do have some things to follow up on. I'm going to go backwards towards the front of your presentation. When your kids are coming in from high school, are they getting double credit? So they're getting high school credits and college credits?
They are.
Perfect. And who's going to run your transportation program between your different facilities? I mean, is that something you're going to do in-house? Are you going to use Sunline? Are you going to be partnering with somebody else?
We are not likely to be using Sunline because they only have so much capacity, but we are looking to subcontract that.
Amen to that. And okay.
And so what we're looking at right now is 3 routes a day in the West Valley and 3 routes a day in the East Valley. So what students need to do is get to one of our campuses, and our goal is that within 40 minutes, we want to be able to get you to the next place that you need to be.
And the intention is to do that in-house as of now?
It'll be subcontracted, yes.
All right. And it's my own writing. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
What is the Cathedral City Connect? The Cultural Center connection. What is your connection to the Cultural Center? Would it be using your culinary school to do things with them? I mean, I'm not trying. It's not a gotcha question. I'm just curious.
Oh, no. Mostly what we're doing is supporting their activities as well as supporting ours. Currently, they share our parking area. And so we're continuing to develop that parking area so they can continue to use it. They have farmers markets. They sometimes have outdoor movie nights. They have a vintage fair there. They have different things that happen all the time. We will be connecting, and several of the people at the Palm Springs Cultural Center are actually on our film advisory committee to help us develop our film, because one of the signature programs there, or the signature sectors as we're calling them, is digital film media TV production. So we'll have a lot of that. So we're hoping to coordinate with them on that, as well as the Palm Springs Film Festival and some other things like that. So that's where we're going with it, and we think there'll be other opportunities. But we've been trying to be very good neighbors to develop the campus where they can still function the way they have been, and maybe do some extra things in the future with it.
you're all going to have to grow some more arms. So when you're doing, I missed the month. You're doing the State of the College at Toyota, but what month was that?
February 29th,
February 29th. A good old leap day.
and that'll be in the evening, 5 to 6:30.
How, when we're talking about Roadrunner Motors, can we talk about Roadrunner Motors? You want to wait on that?
We're just to that point.
Okay, well, it's just as a kind of a simple question. Is how many students are you going to be able to have at one time being educated at Roadrunner Motors?
We're anticipating about 100 students, because remember, these are cohorted programs. So students in cohorts we're looking to run about 3 cohorts at a time. And students in cohorted programs take the same classes together, move along together, and we'll also package their support. So we're going to start with about 100 with the opportunity to grow. One of the things we're looking at, which is also kind of a nice little bit of sprinkles on this presentation, is the community college has been part of a pilot effort spearheaded by the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office to start offering the bachelor's degree in areas that the Cal State universities do not offer them. And so automotive is one of the bachelor's degrees. Automotive management is one of the bachelor's degrees that we're looking at and considering. And if we go in that direction, it will be housed at Roadrunner Motors.
I bet you there's all kinds of master programs that kids could be involved with having to do with getting bachelor's degrees in automotive. So this is something I've just been thinking about, been toying and wondering what you're going to do. So I know that Sunline is developing ever so slowly this Center of Excellence, where they plan on training students to become hydrogen efficient. Is hydrogen something you're looking at bringing into Roadrunner Motors?
We're looking at a number of alternative energy issues that we have to address in Roadrunner Motors.
I know, and I just have to specifically bring it back. Are you looking at hydrogen?
Curriculum that's specific to hydrogen.
Curriculum, yes. We currently have a program. We currently support Sunline in this manner. In fact, COD, College of the Desert, developed this system of teaching them. And
Center of Excellence?
So we already do that, but we do it, of course, on their property with their things. It's the same thing we do with
Their anticipated
Renova.
building. I'm on their board, so I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
So will you then be able to transport students there for learning instead of trying to duplicate it in Cathedral City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
all right, and that's me. I'm done. Thank you so very much. I mean, I'm done for the moment. Caveat.
That's
caveat,
fine.
Just for the moment.
We love engagement.
Thanks for the warning.
So what we want to share with you as we start looking more specifically at Roadrunner Motors is just some of the schematic drawings that we've submitted. Then we'll talk with you a little bit about some milestones that you can anticipate in the building process. So this is a side view of the project, both the north and the south view. And this is the project site, as you're probably familiar. Very centrally located. We also think that the location is conducive to getting in and out easily of the campus site, which is always an issue for us. It's a consideration for Palm Springs. It's a consideration to Indio. And so we think we're well positioned there. You can see at the top of the screen, this is the entry point into the campus, and there's sort of an interior loop with this yellow line, and then an exterior loop with this red line in order for traffic to move smoothly as well on this white line. That all creates a central space in the middle where the instruction will take place. You can see this is a more specific kind of floor plan. Anything that's in yellow is essentially dedicated to instruction. So these are classrooms, learning environments, workshop rooms, those kinds of things. The lift gallery is in blue, so you can see that's kind of the heart of the building, where all the cars will be, where the equipment, where materials will be stored. And then you can see over on the left side where we've got green space. That's essentially offices, conference rooms, that are going to support a lot of the administrative activities that take place at Roadrunner Motors. One of the things that we sometimes laugh about, this is a view of the exterior of the lift bays. It all looks very pristine right now in the renderings. We know it's not probably going to stay that way, but it is going to be a state-of-the-art facility where we can readily access different car technologies, including not only hydrogen, we also have diesel as part of our curriculum, and we will also have electric and hybrid as part of our technology as well. Again, looks very white, probably not going to stay like that, but isn't it terrific on opening day? So it's going to be a great place to work. You can see there's an emphasis on a lot of natural light and collaborative instruction. It's not like students are segmented, working alone. It's designed for people to work in teams, and also to invite our workforce partners to be included in some of that instruction. This is the lobby area. Again, it's bright, modern, encourages collaboration. And in terms of the city's purposes, this is probably one of the most important slides. So we just completed the design development phase in June 2023, and we submitted our plans to the Division of State Architects in October. That's essentially where we are still, because we send things to the Division of State Architects, and then we wait to find out what they say about our plans. We're anticipating there'll be some feedback loop from the Division of State Architect in March 2024. It could be February, it could be June. It's hard for us to know because they're on their own timeline. When we get those plans back, there may be questions. There may be things that we need to address in the schematic design, at which point we may have to make adjustments. They may also say, looks great, keep going. But it's a necessary part of the process anytime you're running a public school facility in California. Then we will start the bidding process, and we'll entertain bids from a number of different construction providers and architects, and construction will begin in fall 2024 with the idea that we would begin occupancy in 2025. So in terms of our timeline, this is what we expect. It's obviously important for us to stay on track because, as you know, supply chain issues and rising costs are enemies of new construction. And so we work as hard as possible to anticipate as many of the needs that the state architects may require of us. So we're heading that off at the pass, so we're not doing a lot of back and forth. Because we want to finish this project quickly in order to stay on track. I think the things that you already know and that we heard so generously from public comment is, obviously we think this is a big win because of the proximity to the number of auto dealers in Cathedral City, but also throughout the Coachella Valley. This is not just a win for Cathedral City, it's a win for the entire industry. And we want to keep ourselves positioned to be state-of-the-art. The transportation sector in Riverside County is one of the fastest growing areas for job growth. And so it's important that the college remain positioned to respond to the sectors where that job growth exists, where our students can earn a thriving wage. And a thriving wage in Riverside County is $25 an hour. And that's only going to grow. So we want our students not only to get jobs, but get great jobs. We're also positioning the campus here because there's a Sunline bus stop near that campus. We've also got a rideshare service opportunity there. And then, as we mentioned, we are setting up our own transport service as well for students. So if a student wants to come to Palm Desert for particular service, maybe that's the counselor they like, is at Palm Desert, we can move them from Palm Desert back to Roadrunner Motors within a half hour. So some of the next steps are obviously about keeping our residents informed, and that's partly why we're here. We also have Nicholas on our team in order to provide updates through any publications that you might want us to contribute to, or any sessions with the public that we can engage in. We're still finalizing some coordination efforts on water drainage that's associated with the property, so we're discussing that with not only the city manager, but also the county. And we're planning for a groundbreaking ceremony in fall 2024, which is right around the corner, at which time we will have clarity from DSA about any direction that they want to give to us. So with that, we just want to thank you for your time, and then also consider any questions that you might have about the project.
And thank you so much, and we're going to open up to questions. We have two people. Well, let me see here. We've got,
I have a question. I know Anthony Curry with Toyota the Desert, and he's...
Mr. Jessup?
well, wait.
Yeah, there will be an opportunity for public comment if you don't mind. I think Mayor was asking questions of council at this time.
We'll have,
Well, excuse me.
there you go.
We'll make a different space for you.
Yeah, hold that thought. And we'll have Councilman Gutierrez lead us off with questions. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank you. I'm delighted to hear what you're doing with College of the Desert. I am an alumni for College of the Desert. I attended there from 87 to 1990.
Go Roadrunners.
I did quite a bit there, and I also play football there. And I'm also really happy to hear the ESL classes that you'll be offering here in Cathedral City. I was once a student of ESL, and it helped me tremendously. So I'm really happy to hear that it will help quite a few people around here too. Now, can you tell us a little bit about how College of the Desert is doing in regards to student enrollment? Is it increasing, decreasing, stabilizing?
So at the height, in 1819, College of the Desert had 10,700 full-time equivalent students. It actually comes out to head count that's more like 16,000 because not all students are full-time, but that was the high water mark, 10,700. Right now, we're at about 9,300. So we're a little bit short of where our high water mark is, but our enrollment is higher this fall than it was last fall. So every year our enrollment grows and we chip away at that deficit, which is part of the reason why we're looking at growing dual enrollment, for instance, because that's an area where we can not only engage more student enrollment, but it's also a way that we can close some equity gaps. We have a lot of our students who are counting themselves out of college before they've really given themselves even a chance. And dual enrollment is a way for us to open the door to college for students and prove to them that they are college material. So dual enrollment, an emphasis on retention. We are starting a very robust book rental program so that more students can afford textbooks. Textbook costs have gone up 80% in the last 5 years. We have one textbook on our campus that's $900. So even if we pay for their fees and their tuition, they still have to pay for that $900 book, right? So we have to figure out ways to deal with that. So we think these efforts are going to help, again, continue to chip away at that enrollment decline and give more of our students that opportunity. So we are on the upward swing.
Okay. And are you still offering online classes?
We are. We're at about 45% in person, 55% online. We're probably going to end up settling in about a 50-50 split. Because one of the things that we're seeing, before the pandemic, there was a perception that you were either an online student or an in-person student. That actually was never true. Students shop environments depending on their lives and depending on the subject matter. So what we're seeing with more students is if I feel comfortable with this subject, I'm probably comfortable taking it online. If I feel less confident, so for instance, a lot of our math classes do not do well online because a lot of students have fears about math, so they'd rather take it in person. We just did some surveying of our students and saw that in-person learning was starting to again dominate the preference. So our trick is trying to balance as many different offerings as we can because students are consumers. They want to take things the way they want to take them, right? Just like when we buy from Amazon. And so we have to be smart and treat our students with that respect and offer them as many possibilities as possible in order to fit their needs.
And regarding the Roadrunners Training Center, are you going to be offering only day classes or also evening classes?
No, we'll also be offering night classes, nights and weekends as well.
Oh, weekends as well, wow. And the COD transport services, when will that begin?
We're looking for that to go to the governing board as a contract in January. So if the contract is signed in January, we're looking to be up and going by February.
And my last question is, when students complete all courses from the Automotive Training Center, are they going to graduate as a certified mechanic, or what's going to happen?
There are actually several levels of certification that students can earn. Like I said, we're shooting for potentially the bachelor's degree as an endpoint, but students can also get lower level certifications in order to get work and then start working toward higher levels of certification. So they might get a certificate as a mechanic and then work toward an associate's degree, right? And that associate's degree might be in auto, but it might also include some management classes as well. So it really, what we have to be able to do is serve multiple goals. One size fits all goals don't work. And it's really important that the goal come from the student organically, because sometimes students come to us and they need a job pretty quickly, and we need to be able to serve that. We can't say to them, oh no, we want you to get a bachelor's degree, so you need to be with us for 4 or 5 years. It has to be a goal that they want, and then our job is to scaffold the learning for them to have increasing opportunity. So some students are going to want to commit to the highest level of certification, some students are not. We have to be able to offer both.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question on the educators. How do you find them, or what are their qualifications?
So with career technical education, typically what we look for are people who've got an associate's degree and 6 years of experience in the field, or they are people who've got a bachelor's degree and have at least 2 years in the field of experience. They do have to have some higher education, but that's a sliding scale depending on the kind of work experience that they bring to us. They've got to have the real life experience, but they also need to have some level of college experience. And we try to hire locally as much as possible, because we want those connections to our workforce partners, because that's how our students are going to get internships and jobs. So most of our workforce comes from our local dealerships.
Okay, so for instance, someone retires at Jessup Motors and they're qualified to instruct on certain parts of the car.
They very well could be.
Okay. So I'm old school. I used to rebuild my own carburetor and do all that stuff.
Yes.
So now you open the hood of my car, I can't even see the engine. So what if somebody is a young man, a young lady wants to just get into mechanics to service late model cars, from 1955, 1960, something like that. Will that be offered, or is it just going to be the latest technology in the current automobile industry?
It's a balance of both, because you have to know how the engine works, but of course the way that engines work has changed considerably. So the other thing that we have to do is teach research skills, which is, a lot of times folks look at career education as, somehow lower level skill. That is not the case anymore. Used to be able to read a manual for a car, cover to cover, know what to do. Now the manual is 1,000,000 pages, right? And so we have to train students on the fundamentals, but we also have to train them in the latest technologies if they're going to move forward. Hobbyists are different than people who are looking to make a career, right? And so for us, I think those hobbyists could take some of the lower level certification and do the things that they want to do, but they're not going to be able to walk into a career and be current enough to make a difference, because your car is now a computer.
Right.
Right?
Sure.
So,
for instance, if somebody is just interested in transmissions, can they just take a course for transmission, or they got to do the whole program?
typically not. It would be in the powertrain technology. So it would be the transmission, and then it would expand into other aspects of powertrain.
Okay. So you got it all covered. Excellent.
We try.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Ross, thank you.
I just want to share with you, and anybody who's listening, my kids both did 2 years crossover high school and community college, and each one saved me $20,000. So I don't think I could have sent them to college had they not done that. So that's just such a great benefit. I'm really glad that you're taking advantage of that. I didn't notice, but you didn't cover every little thing on the sheet. Are you going to be bringing some of your hospitality folks over and having a cafeteria for kids to be able to, kids, they're not kids, they're adults, having adults be able to take their meals while they're there as well?
There will be some lounge area for students to be able to eat. They could either bring their food or we'll provide a food option. It will not be our culinary program that's providing that food, but we do take that into consideration for all our locations. As one of the things that Dr. Adkins mentioned is that we offer food pantry, for instance, at every one of our locations, and Roadrunner Motors will similarly have access to those kinds of supports. And so we try to take, I think College of the Desert, this is one of the things that it really shines at, is taking a holistic view of students' needs. And I think Dr. Adkins talked about that fully.
So just two final questions. That is, do you anticipate that your budget is going to be fully funded?
Yes, this project is fully funded.
That's great. And my last question, followed by just one last compliment to you, is have you or will you be coordinating with our local dealerships to find out what it is we really need today, what it is we're really going to need tomorrow, and not fall back into we just keep teaching the same thing for the next 12 years, kind of a thing, to keep us modern?
Yeah, the success of any career education program is built on a strong advisory model, which means it can't be done without workforce partnership. And so, yes, we intend and we currently do have strong partnerships in the community with our workforce partners, because the industry is changing in ways that we need to be able to keep up. And if we don't listen to our industry partners, we're not preparing our students very well for the future of the workforce.
And without seeming, too immature in saying this, you just don't know what you don't know.
That's right.
And that's true in every field. And we can get so complacent that we quit learning. And then just lastly, I do want to appreciate, one of the things I've heard about today is the amount of flexibility that you have in your facilities and how you're going to train. I keep wanting to call them kids, but to me they are kids. Heck, they might be grandkids, I'm not sure. And I do appreciate that you are showing that flexibility, and I'll look forward to seeing it grow.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your support.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Councilman Gregory, do you have any comment? Yeah.
Well, I just really wanted to thank you for coming and for all the work that's been done on moving this project forward. But what I'm hearing is there's a lot more thought that's been put into how to actually make this a success than what I had seen in some previous presentations and models. So I'm very encouraged by what's going on, and I just want to, of course, express my support, as I've heard from all of my colleagues, for your continued efforts here, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you so much. Your support is very meaningful to us, and so we really appreciate the partnership.
Thank you. And thank you for doing the listening tour throughout the Coachella Valley, because College of the Desert is such an integral part of me being here. I mean, I took classes there too. I mean, we all have done it. And I am so thrilled to death to be reignited about the Roadrunner campus and to know that it's really going to happen, and I really appreciate it. And I had a chance to look up, and I know Andy was talking about how this is going to influence the entire Coachella Valley, with these skilled people. But also, and my caveat is that we have 94 auto service dealers right here in Cathedral City, in addition to the automotive center. So this is a huge part of what we do here in Cathedral City as far as, an industry and industry personnel. So very good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Anybody
it
else have
very
any
much.
questions? And I know we have a couple more, another public comment, I think. I don't know if it's a question or.
Did you want to make your comment?
You're on now.
First,
You have to come to the mic because we can't hear you. Thank you.
my apologies for disrespecting the decorum within the council. I'm sorry.
I can't hear you.
Where I work,
There
I
you go.
speak whenever I want to, and they listen, and that's not the way it operates here, and I am sorry. Nancy picked up on the point that I wanted to make. I'll dovetail on it. The alliance with the automobile dealers, I would say that maybe through Stone and Laura's scheduling, we could bring her to an auto center meeting and meet the auto dealers. I think there's a disconnect with the auto dealers and Roadrunner. We think we think we know what's going on, but I don't think we really know how it works. And maybe a better explanation and maybe some better feedback and maybe you joining us for 30 minutes. So that was what I was interrupting everybody
Great.
to suggest. Well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
We might have to move you, Nancy, to the next month, but
The story of my life, always getting
Great.
along for somebody better.
Great, thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, you're very welcome. And any other public comments?
I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand.
All right. And again, thank you very much for taking the time in this thorough, wonderful presentation. Our tails are wagging, so it's great. Thank you. Now our closed session. Will the city attorney please read the closed session items? Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that, Mayor. We have 3 items today. They're all under conference with legal counsel. They're all items of anticipated litigation. If there's any members of the public who would like to comment on closed session, they could do so now. If we don't have any, we can recess into closed session.
Okay. The council will recess to the closed session room. Thank you.
I don't know. Yeah, yes. Thank you, Mr. Jessup.
Oh, is he the guy for the youth orchestra training?
Because at first I was all, boy, did you get permission?
Wow, okay.
Now I'm really involved. She was hot. Huh? They all left. I
No,
keep this
I
coming
went to
back.
the hitter. And the city attorney, will you please report out on the closed session? Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that, Mayor. We had one general item, conference with legal counsel, with regard to 3 items of anticipated litigation. You heard briefings from city staff and the city attorney with regard to each 3 of those items, and you concluded your discussion. There's no other reportable action at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll now move on to our next study session item, purchasing practices and procedures. Do we have a staff report?
Mayor, thank you. Finance Director Kevin Biersack is here to present this item. This, following up on our procurement procedures, was one of the strategic plan objectives. So Kevin will walk you through. Today's is sort of where we stand now, and then there will be some follow-up discussions as we move into the future on this. Kevin?
Mr. City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Staff. This afternoon, your final study session item is purchasing practices and procedures. So with this being something that came out of last January with respect to the goal planning and the strategic planning session, we wanted to be able to bring you up to date on where we've been, what we've done, where we think we're headed, and we're soliciting feedback. So please feel free to chime in where you so choose, or save it for the end, or another day. So, a little bit of background. Excuse me. From that goal setting, back in 2018, we did a significant update to the municipal code, and that was primarily because we became a charter city. And as a result of being able, as a result of becoming a charter city, we were able to add more flexibility to our municipal code. But keep in mind, some of the things that we added then, maybe they were pie in the sky, or they were things that we've not done or we don't need to do. And so now what we'd like to do is we would like to look at aligning, and we would like to look at seeing what can we do to move forward. But we'd also like to educate you on what we have done the past few years. So we had that update. We introduced the federal purchasing requirements because at that time, when it came back to council in April of 2018, we had a requirement to update our federal practices by June 30th of that fiscal year in order to be considered in compliance. And I will tout our flag because when we did that with our auditors used what we did for that section as a model for other cities.
Nice.
Because they really liked what we did back in 2018. So that's a win. So for all the things that aren't a win, please remember that. So in 2018, we were building the initial elements of the ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning System, and that portion of it is known as Munis, Tyler Munis. And with respect to Tyler Munis, there's 11 financial management modules, 2 of which we at least did the elementary build, but we didn't start implementing until about 1.5 years or 2 into it, and that is the bid management module and the contract management module. So we'll talk a little bit about that. When we did that update, there were 2 sections that in essence were merged from the old municipal code, the old 3.12 and the old 3.30, and that's how we went from the chapter being titled Purchases to Contracts and Purchasing. And so that was an attempt to better reflect the topics to be discussed in the Muni Code. So this is what ended up. We ended up with these 6 sections. And as I talked about, section number 3 was probably the big one that we were really proud of from a standpoint of being able to update to the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, and the federal procurement guidelines that they had mandated to be effective by July 1st of 2018. Ooh, I went too fast. Let me go to 5 contract types are outlined, and so that's what we started with, and they're explained here: public works, contracts for goods, general services contracts, professional services contract, and emergency contract. Ironically, we've utilized that this year, haven't we? The federal requirements, I've talked about most of this. The one thing I did want to highlight in this, not only did we have to have this by July 1st of 2018, this ties back to every year that at the end of December when we send you our financials, one of the things that we share with you is our CFO, our Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards, which is known as the single audit. And that's where during our fall audit, especially week 2 of our 2-week audit, that's where our auditors focus on: did we procure properly? Did we spend properly? Did we capture revenue properly on our federal awards for that previous fiscal year? So that's a really key and important ingredient with respect to what we go through during our fall audit. So let's talk about what we have done. Well, to reduce some of the previous manual processes that we used to do dating back to the 07 through 2012, 2015 timeframe, that's what the build was for the lift of the ERP and the relevant modules. So we actually utilize, as I talked about a few slides ago, the bid module and the contracts module, but we also have a purchasing module. And in that purchasing module, we have 2 different steps. We can set aside an item as a requisition, and then when it comes time so that we can encumber funds, so that we know we're not going to forget about those. And then when it comes time to actually, when you all approve or whatever, through an action, we can then do a purchase order if need be. And since COVID, we've actually, and with the implementation of the ERP, we do at least 50 of these puppies every year. And that's pretty good. So, I mean, we actually issue purchase orders. There was the day that we used to just issue purchase orders. If Rita Lamb Incorporated came to us and said, I want a purchase order so that I know that you're going to pay me, we would issue you a purchase order. But we now actually, based on actions through you all meeting twice a month, we create purchase orders. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Because down below here, after each council meeting, what we do in financial services is we actually look at, from the actions last night, so we'll look at this tomorrow, we'll say, is there anything that's a budget impact? Is there anything that's gone out for bid that we need to capture, whether it's from engineering or police or fire or environmental, whomever? Are there any contracts we need to load into our system? Keep in mind, we're like a subsidiary ledger for the contracts. The city clerk is the official contract repository. But for anything financial oriented, we have a contract management module. So when we have those 5 bids, we can load those bids into, for the engineering provides us, we load those bids into our system. We can then put in the awardee bid. And that becomes the basis for then being able to then have a contract. So we go from bid, award, to contract, and then eventually to requisition and purchasing, to a purchase order. So we now have a process that we didn't have before because it was on a napkin before. It was a head scratcher kind of a thing. We actually have a process with using the ERP. So I did want to share that with you, that we at least have some elementary things that we're doing there. So what else have we done? Centralized purchasing. In this first one, I put this at the top because this is the most recent one that we've been able to do. It is we actually have done away with any of our Amazon personal accounts that were being used, and we now have an Amazon business account. And what has come with that Amazon business account under centralized purchasing is we get anywhere from 10 to 25% additional discount versus what a personal account may get. Likewise, we have access to 20,000 more vendors. And in doing so, we can identify up to 10 different locations. Well, ironically, we have 9 cities here in the Valley, and we picked Thousand Palms, which ironically is our sphere of influence, as the 10th one of all the little towns in our Valley. So we actually, by identifying those 10, we have 5,300 plus preferred vendors. So if we go purchase now through, and people don't make those individual purchases, they come through us in finance for those purchases, and we make those purchases through Amazon. They know when they log in who the preferred vendors are, so we try to go there. So that's a help for buying local. We still have our CDWG and our Dell for our IT services and purchases, and IT utilizes them. Sam's Club for supplies, Staples for office supplies. And if we identify more opportunities like the Amazon that we were able to do this year, we will do such. So we have our eye out for that kind of thing. So let's talk a little bit about what's in currently today's municipal code with respect to dollar thresholds.
Excuse me, I just had one.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm
I
sorry.
just had one question. It was
You
on
go. Oh, do you want me to go back?
No, it was on packet page 23. Do you have packet? It's not on your, but it said, it's one of the bullet points, and it said joined the 9 cities procurement group. Is that what you were talking about when you mentioned Thousand Palms? Okay.
That is the next slide.
Oh, okay.
I'll get there. I
Okay.
promise.
Okay, got it. All right.
But, and that's a new, and thanks to the city of La Quinta, they're the ones that actually brought together this concept of having 9 cities come together on a quarterly basis.
And my question was, I'll just sneak it in here, is it like a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, where you're
It's more
kind of
informal,
legally
Mayor.
banded together?
It's more informal. There's been one meeting, and the
Okay.
next one is in December.
Okay,
But the concept is to be able to share.
okay, I'll let you go on.
And so we'll get there because we are actually looking at other cities in the valley and their municipal codes to see if there's anything we can leverage from that. So dollar values. When you go through the current municipal code, these are the different references with respect to the different types of procurement authorization. So we wanted to, at this juncture, share this with you so that you could see who has the approval, whether it's council, city management, or the purchasing agent. There are 2 things to make you aware of down here in the middle of the slide. This all happened during COVID. From a federal standpoint, what is called a micro purchase had a $3,500 limit. It has now been raised to $10,000. So we would recommend leveraging that because that just makes sense. With respect to 10,000 isn't shooting the wad, so to speak. And then likewise, excuse me, for the simplified acquisition threshold, which was 150,000, and we had and have in our municipal code 75,000. The feds have raised that to 250,000. And where that sometimes comes into play with respect to that simplified acquisition threshold is with small disadvantaged businesses and being able to potentially, so that could be something for your consideration. Is that something we would want? I'm not looking for a real-time answer today, because you'll see we're going to come back to you. This is not a one and done kind of presentation. So, food for thought to consider that. The other thing about the simplified acquisition threshold with respect to that, in between that 10 and 250 range, or whatever that range is, and today it's 10 and it's 3,500 to 75,000, but I think you all would agree 3,500 to 10,000 is probably legitimate for us to raise that. But that 10 to 75 or 10 to 250 or 150 or whatever the number would be, that's where you can, as long as you document, and this is in a subsequent slide, it was not in the staff report, but I went ahead and added it as a little bonus for some bullets and some words. As long as you go out and you do your due diligence on getting 3 qualified bids, informal bids, you're covered under the simplified acquisition threshold in doing so. So that you can, with respect to the less than, if you need something quickly or you need something because you're trying to meet a mission, rather than go through the formal process, as long as you document and you have these 3, and our purchasing agent would be responsible for documenting and coordinating with the various departments and divisions that they service and making sure that we do that. So that is a practice and a process we want to incorporate. Any questions on this busy slide? So this is where it ties back to. We have created an internal flow of relevant steps dependent upon the type of procurement or purchase. That goes back to the 5 contract types, tied to now the micro purchases and the raising of that potentially to the 10,000. The simplified acquisition threshold, that's why I tie back to the 3, as long as you do your due diligence and you follow the guidance with respect to it, and you go out. Here's a good example. We're trying to do something with the parking structure with respect to fencing. We're on our 6th vendor in trying to get someone to come out. What has happened since COVID? People just don't come. But we're excited. We've got somebody this week that they're coming back for a second time to actually talk to us. That's a win. So Mayor, back to your point, when La Quinta put this out this summer, we signed up and said we would like to participate in the 9 cities procurement group. And so the first one was held down in the city of La Quinta. Patrick Bumstead went on our behalf. The first one was more of an intro, let's talk about goals, that kind of thing. Let's leverage practices, that type of thing. The plan is to have quarterly meetings, and the second one will be in December. I think it's like the 6th is the first full week of December. So that might be next week. Does that help answer that? So what do we need to do? Well, we own it. We need to do some stuff here. So we've done an initial review of the Muni Code. There's a nice marked up red version of it with all these red lines and everything of things that we want to do. We're gathering inputs from internal city departments and divisions, and we're starting to compare. We actually have received feedback from the city of Palm Springs and the city of La Quinta. Ironically, yesterday we received feedback from the city of Palm Desert. We're looking for a 4th one. And so we want to be able to map out these 4 that we have plus ours and see if there's things that we can leverage that make sense to be able to look at potential red lines to our municipal code. But also keep in mind with respect, and I have a slide a little bit later, we're just not going to keep things in our Muni Code if it doesn't make sense. If we have something in our Muni Code but we're not doing it, let's try to, as I said earlier, let's try to align and let's try to follow through and correct our behavior. Another thing that we're doing is we're looking at what are the kinds of things out there that we have recurring, whether they're monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, or whatever. Do we have contracts in place? Well, here's a little tidbit. we probably have this many contracts and we probably have this many that where we don't have contracts. We need to shift that balance. We own it. We know we need to do that. So we've reached out to the city attorney's office. We actually have a template for professional services, and you've seen that when it comes forth to you where we have a template. We are looking, and the city attorney's office is going to be providing us a maintenance contract template as well, so that we could leverage that. And so that we can, number one, look at where are we missing contracts, or we might have contracts that are 15 and 18 years old. Don't you think they need to be updated? We'll go out and say yes, they probably do. So we're going to do an inventory, and then we're going to tackle them.
And when you say some are missing, is that because we have a regular financial expenditure in those areas and some of those areas, and we don't have?
So, correct, sir.
Okay.
Exactly. We might pay something monthly.
Okay.
Give you a simple one. We have a street sweeper that sweeps the parking structure. That would be a regular recurring monthly.
Sure.
Personally, 6 months ago, I don't know how this happened, but our pool contractor in our home went up $30 a month. We didn't even get a notice. Well, sometimes we have that same kind of thing, and then we have to contact these people and say, did we miss something in the mail? Did you know, and that was an example of something that went up, and it was like, did we miss the email? Did we miss the letter? So if we have a contract, then we have goals. And we know this is what we're going to pay this year to next year or whatever. There might be an escalation fee, 3%, 5%, whatever. But yes, sir. So we know that we have contracts that don't exist. We know that we have outdated contracts. So we're starting with an inventory. And so we know we need to do that, and that part we're starting with. Another thing we need to do pre-COVID, we had thresholds for division managers and department heads. We're going to reinstate those. What kind of happened during COVID was, well, if it's in the budget, we know that we have budget authorization, but we need to make sure that the appropriate people are approving at different thresholds. We've always tied back to the caveat, well, the city manager or the finance director, or now the assistant city manager, we have blanket authority and we can approve as long as we dot I's and cross T's. But we're going to reinstitute this, and these are the thresholds that we had before. And so this is where we believe we're going to start. They might need modification, and you may sleep on this and say, well, maybe when we come back to you the next time. So another thing, we don't need a real-time answer today, but wanted to share with you where our heads are at right now. And tied to not just the contracts, the bottom portion of this slide ties back to whether it's requisitions to encumber the funds or the actual purchase orders. Let's say that we have out there, we have professional services for a given division of $300,000 a year. And we know that that division works with 3 vendors, and we're going to keep it simple. At the beginning of the year, we'll coordinate with that division and we'll say, maybe it's as simple as 100K, 100K, 100K. That's how your division of labor is going to be with these 3 vendors. And obviously I'm being very simplistic. But that could be a starting point, and then you, Mr. or Ms. Division Manager, in coordination with us, as you're tasking your vendor and as bills are being paid, we will need to monitor. We may need to do a change order, a plus up on one vendor, but likewise, it may require a plus down on another vendor, but to manage within your budget. Sounds kind of simple, but it can be a process. So we plan on following through with that process and doing that now that we have the automated tool, because even in our pre-ERP mode, we didn't have the automated tool. It was all manual.
So what I hear you saying is that, like you said, sometimes we have these contracts. Engineering has a lot of them. Professional services, usually they'll, especially if they're of some expense, they'll come back to us for approval of those. But what you would say, you'll be asking the department, okay, so maybe you have 3 possible vendors. Can you guess at the beginning of the year? Are you more likely?
We will coordinate with them. Engineering.
Because they probably have an idea that they're more likely to use this much money for this one, this much. But you're saying, but that's going to stay flexible inside.
Correct.
Okay.
In the case of engineering, from a professional services standpoint, when engineering came to you all at the end of June, and they tied back to their semi-annual or 3-year contracts, whatever they are, we used that authorization that when you approved that and recreated purchase orders for each one of those vendors, NAI, FOMOD, or whomever. So those are in the system. That's the model. We're working from that. But let's talk about another division that they might just use somebody for a plan check here or a building inspection there or monthly paramedic services. We need to tie back to, okay, what is the target for the year so that we actually know, and then we can work and coordinate and adjust accordingly throughout the year. Sounds simple. It's hard though. It's not that simple, but we're gonna attempt to make this puppy work. And if you notice, we not only talk about professional services and maintenance and repair and operations, but there's also some significant supply purchases. And sometimes you all might have questions when you see a monthly demand register and say, why are you spending this kind of money with this kind of vendor? Well, they're the vendor that specializes in this. I think of paramedic supplies. I think of certain kinds of things that they in the fire department know who they're going to go buy this from. So we're going to start with that bogey. What in your mind's eye do you think you're going to need for this year? And we'll adjust accordingly. So on those kind of volume materials and supplies, not all the nickel and dime material and supplies, because we don't want to get crazy. 17 years ago when I came to the city, we were doing manual purchase orders for a vendor if we spent more than $300. We did away with that very quickly. That was driving people crazy. $300 was crazy in 2007. But we need to live within some of these kinds of thresholds up here at the top of the slide. And also make sure that what we have from a budget standpoint, that we have the vendors targeted, that we don't exceed that budgeted amount. So where do we go from here? This is stuff we know we need to work on. We need to kind of get set up. So as I said, we plan on coming back to you again, a second study session where we will present to you recommended changes to the municipal code after we've done our due diligence with respect to the 4 cities that we want to look at, compared to the notes, the red lines we already have on our own without even looking at those cities. We want to add clarity. We want to update to coincide with working valid processes. So if there are things in the Muni code that are just, when it was written, we were on drugs and we need to delete that, we will delete that. We want to align. And we want to delete inefficiencies. Why do something just because it says to do it? If it doesn't make sense, chuck it. And then subsequent to that second study session where we will be actually asking you for feedback, because right now you're going to sleep on it. Don't want you to lose any sleep, but we want you to sleep on it. We will then come back in a regular meeting and present any ordinance, Muni code changes, and any resolutions if applicable. And then follow that up with the second reading of the ordinance. And as such, we will determine a path because we want to get things rolling ahead of time based on some of what we're doing now. But we want to determine a path for implementation starting in the new fiscal year, which is right around the corner. This is December, folks. Last time I checked, it's almost December. And the new fiscal year will be here very soon. So right now, there's no fiscal impact. We do recommend creating a purchasing agent position in our department. We have a vacant position. We're going to do some realignment as a result of that vacant position, and we will, by creating a financial analyst position that has the primary responsibility for purchasing, that position will become more of a proactive rather than just a reactive type position.
Dollar-wise, how does that figure out, creating one for the other?
There's no budget impact. It's going to work within the budget that we have. Questions, answers?
For this position, is this is a person that that already is here and knows that?
It could be, but we have a vacant position, so if we use an existing person and we have that person be part of it, we will recruit. But it's
Okay.
not like we will recruit and want to ask you for a budget adjustment or another
Okay.
position.
That was the thing. Okay, okay, thank you,
But
thank
but
you.
it
And
could
then-
be either or, and we're looking at that.
Okay, and I'm looking, as soon as I get here, I'll see any other speakers. No speaker. Anybody else have any questions?
Complete clarity.
Councilman Gutierrez, did you have a question?
Because what you're really doing tonight is you're doing history and kind of laying out a work plan. So I'm sure we'll have many more questions when you say, this is what I actually need to change
Right.
or implement or remove, those type of things.
So when we come back to you the next time, call it 2 months or whatever, when we come back to you, you will see in your packet a red line version of the municipal code. So that will be your homework weekend. And we'll make sure there's nothing else on the calendar for that agenda meeting because you'll have a lot of homework to do. Because that will, exactly. And then based on some of these other things, we will have some of these other items in there as ticklers to actually solicit feedback. So yes, sir, this was the introduction to say, this is where we think we're headed. Do you think we're on the right path? Are we sailing on the right ship right now?
Good, okay. Any other council persons have questions?
And yay, it's not 5:30 yet,
Yeah,
so.
it's good.
Hallelujah, baby.
Good. And we'll now open it up for public comments. Thank you very much, Kevin.
You're welcome, thank you.
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, great. Kevin, thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
And we look forward to part 2. This is a presentation only for discussion and direction. There is no formal action. This part of the meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you back here at 5:30. 5-minute break. Thank you. Oops.
I think I opened it. I'm like, I'm not sure if I even got up and opened it when you. Did I? I'm looking. Thank you. I'm a polka dot girl, you know. I love polka dots. And plaid. You know, what's her name? Diane Keaton? You know, remember that?
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Thank you. Got one more week. Just stop it. Okay. You can just say something. Okay. Good evening. I would like to call the November 29th, 2023 City Council meeting to order. And we'll now have our Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, please stand, put your hand over your heart, and recite with me the pledge to our nation's flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God, thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. As we gather here tonight, I ask you to watch over those who are battling an illness, to give them health, to give patience to those who are caring for a loved one, and to keep company to those who feel lonely. Lord, as we as humans are fast to criticize without knowing what we are going through, unless we walk in their shoes. Please give us the strength, the kindness, and the love to reach out to them, to open our arms, to allow us to help them. God, it is in your gracious name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you to Councilman Gregory, and thank you, Councilman Gutierrez. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Ross. Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale.
Here.
Mayor Lamb.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation?
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I do have a few requests to speak forms, Mayor, so I will start with Mr. Jens Mueller.
And our January meeting, when you will put forth your goals for 2024, I think this should be at the top of the agenda, because I think it affects every homeowner. Note, I say homeowner, not renter. It affects every business owner. It affects everyone. It's not just on my street. You could drive down any street and see what you see on those pictures right there. You'll see trash cans out in front. And what you'll notice on those photographs is that every one of them has a gate. Every one of them has a gate. And I would say 80% of the violators have gates where they could easily put their trash cans through and get them out of public view. So it's not an issue of, oh, we don't have a gate, it's too hard, we have to tear down a wall. You don't. Now, for those who might argue, well, we're infirm, we're too old, we can barely get them to the curb, I don't buy it. Burtec has a concierge service that allows them to physically take them from your side yard, put them on the curb, and then put them back. So that's not even an argument. So it's low-hanging fruit for all five. It really is. I think that when I think of a city council member from another city driving through our town, let's say they went to a Thanksgiving dinner to someone's house. And they drove through our town, and they're driving through and they're looking around and they're looking, wow, boy, this is a great idea. Trash cans out in front of homes. Well, why didn't we think of this? How simple. It doesn't uplift our community. It devalues our community. My home value goes down. If I want to sell my home and my neighbors have trash cans overflowing in front of their home, does the value go up or does it go down? It goes down. It's simple. This should be 5 council members saying, we will work on this until it's fixed. I would walk down the hall to code enforcement and I would say, code enforcement, what do you need? Charlie, what tool do you need? Right? Mark, you do the same thing for your restaurant. If a chef said, I need this tool to make this dinner because everyone's asking for it, you say, what is it? There's a system out there called Zebra that cities can utilize. It's a code enforcement app for their iPad. It allows the code enforcement guy to take a picture, document it, warn them, as we're doing now. The warnings aren't doing any good. Some homeowners might say, oh, I didn't know. I'll put them in the bag. But a vast majority, I have submitted numerous complaints on homeowners, and they just don't care. They don't care. So it allows, that one technology allows a code enforcement officer to take a picture, cite the homeowner, and be done with it.
And this concludes your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You're welcome.
The next speaker is Joanne Kennan. Joanne.
I'm Joanne Kennan, a resident of Cathedral City, and I am producing North Pole Village, and I'd like to invite you all. It is December 9th, a week from this Saturday. It's from 1 to 8 p.m. We have something new. We have 10 tons of snow coming in. We also have the Cathedral City Express train that will be running. We have a cast of characters, including Santa Claus, coming back to Cathedral City 3 more times after the event. Mr. and Mrs. Claus will be there on 12/10, bilingual Santa Claus on 12/17, and the last day is 12/23. Of course, we wouldn't have anything without the Grinch. And then there's a story time with the police and fire personnel reading stories and the Cathedral City Evening Rotary giving out free books to the kids, professional performers singing, and all of the performing arts of Cathedral City are involved, including they are helping us do the props, hang the lights. They are characters, and they've written their own plays for the marionette shows. So we would like to invite you all. It's from 1 to 8 on a Saturday, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker?
Alan Carvalho.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Phenomenal balloon festival, and we all know that. This is sort of stating the obvious. But I just wanted to give some people a little history behind how it got to this point. We must never forget that those before us who had the vision and the willingness to take risks and create such events are where we are and why we get the praise today. Thanks to Team 2014 for leaving an impression that has lasted now for 9 consecutive successful years. The world-renowned Cathedral City Balloon Festival and food truck success has no chance of waning. It's just going to keep getting bigger. To the Renaissance team of City Council members, police and fire captains, to city managers and staff, the leadership behind Team 2014 created millions of dollars in tax due to the approval of medical marijuana in our city, which benefited us with finances for the conception of our community amphitheater. The transfer of ownership of the city-owned IMAX Theater to the amazing CV Rep, adding another feather in the cap of our downtown entertainment district, the transfer of land which gave the city an amazing downtown casino, and specifically to our progressive city council members, John Aguilar, Stan Henry, Mark Carnevale, Greg Pettis, and my husband, Shelley Kaplan, for always putting our citizens first without fear or regret. During the period between 2014 and 2018, the city had the good fortune to hire iconic leaders of our community, like City Manager Charlie McClendon, Chief George Crum, and thank you for keeping our community safe and thriving, and especially to an amazing communications and events director, Chris Parman, who's still working with us, for having the vision of cutting-edge city events that have put Cathedral City on the map. These city leaders all came on board during the years 2014 to 2018 and have so tremendously impacted our mission statement and, of course, in the course of history. The record attendance of this weekend's event reflects the success that the nation is now recognizing. It's important that the city council members, that we all work together and harder to create the next level of pride by your willingness to take the same chances they did, to create fresh visions for our future, much the way Team 2014 did, and allow future generations to reap the riches of what seeds we plant now through the progressive legislation and public service. When we work together to benefit our community, there's nothing we can't accomplish. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Shauna McLoin.
Good evening. I am Shauna McLoin, longtime Cathedral City proud resident. Thank you for having me, Madam Mayor, City Council, staff. I am actually speaking on a thank you from myself. I do many events here in the city. Events come and go, things happen. The public doesn't see it. We all come together and fix it and take care of it. And this is one event that I have to thank some people. I thank you all, City Council, for attending Fields of Valor this year. I very much appreciate it. As one of the last volunteer non-Rotarian, I'm the last one. There's still some Rotarians that were there from the very, very first year when we put out 200 flags. And my husband and myself have always thought that it meant so much to, not just for the city, but for the people that we were serving when they came to the event, from all nations, not just from Cathedral City. Everybody from different countries have always come. But why I'm here too is to thank some people that stepped up in that time of need. And one of them is Chief Crum. I want to thank you personally. The folding of the flag on the closing day of 13 folds was started at the very beginning, and it fell away, and I'm very happy that it came forward. And there were some things, and the Cathedral City Police Department stepped forward, and got it handled. So I thank you so much. The other one is Chief Contreras. I want to thank the fire department for coming and helping, and even to the last minute of folding the flags, putting them away, and taking care of them. But when I really needed both the fire department and the police department on opening ceremonies, they were there for me. Chief Williams and the whole crew really stepped forward and said, what do you need? Let's just do it and handle it, and we got it done. So I am very thankful for them. So I just wanted you guys to know that the crew doesn't matter, didn't have to get taken care of. It just got done. And I have to thank Public Works too, because when I needed some stuff done, it was literally done in 5 minutes and it was handled. No questions, just done. So thank you so much. You guys got the crew back together and I'm happy. So thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Shauna. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Angel Herrera.
Good evening. My name is Angel Herrera. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. On behalf of myself and my wife, Sunshine Herrera, and the Cathedral City Evening Rotary, I just wanted to thank you guys for coming out and participating in this year's Fields of Valor. The event, we had an opening ceremony day. We did a concert for the Marine birthday. We did have the Veterans Day ceremonies and closing ceremonies. There was a lot of veterans that came out, and we're just pleased to see the event being put back on again. I know we missed, a couple years there, and This was our second year back now, and I got to meet a lot of wonderful people that came out, and we're just very appreciative of the event, and then just showing the recognition that Cathedral City honors their veterans. So as a veteran myself, I just wanted to thank you all for coming out and donating your time and being there on behalf of all veterans. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Next speaker.
That's all the forms that I received, but if there's any other member that would like to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. And I see no hands.
Thank you. We'll now move to council comments, and we'll start with Councilman Gutierrez. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Since we last met, I attended the Coachella Valley Conservation Committee meeting in which the committee approved approximately 70 acres to be purchased for conservation. These acres, one of the parcels is located within the city of Cathedral City in the north of I-10, is the southeast corner of Palm Drive in Varner. And in total, we're about 70 acres. The parcels varied throughout the Coachella Valley, but this was the largest parcel, the largest purchase that was made. I also attended the Fields of Valor. It was a beautiful sight. The meaning behind it, the meaning behind every flag is just beautiful. And thank you to all the volunteers that put this together. I also attended the Cathedral City Senior Center Gala, which was to raise funds for the Cathedral City Senior Center. It was a wonderful event. The directors of the Cathedral City Senior Center are doing a magnificent job for the residents of our city. I also attended the First Responders Award ceremony that was held at the Agua Caliente Casino. Our staff was also recognized for the amazing work that they do within our city. I also attended what was brought up earlier, the Balloon Festival. I was driving down I-10 on Friday morning, and a lot of vehicles were actually pulling over to take pictures of all the balloons, different shapes, different colors. It was amazing to see how many people were actually pulled over taking pictures of these balloons, which were actually in flight, that were part of the Balloon Festival here in Cathedral City. So keep up the good work. As many of you know as well, we recently celebrated Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite days of the year, one of my favorite holidays, because it's all about family and friends and love. And everyone that comes to your home or that you visit a home, it's all about memories, creating memories, and just wanting to be there with people. So that's one of my favorite days, and I hope you also had an amazing day that Thanksgiving. Let's see, I also field quite a few phone calls from people reporting illegal food vendors, which I forwarded to our city manager, and we're working and trying to assist these vendors in becoming legal when impossible. I also received quite a few complaints regarding our motorcycle police officers, but I don't mind. These kind of calls were great calls because they are doing their job. I just simply asked them, were you speeding? Well, kind of. Well, sorry to say that. Nothing can be done about it. Did you run the stop sign? Same thing. Yes, I did. Okay. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm glad that our chief did listen to what our residents do talk to us about and mention that speeding was a big issue throughout the city. And I believe this is making a big impact in our city streets. So thank you, Chief. I also talked to a gentleman who had a little bit of an issue with a homeless individual, and I did talk to him, give him a little bit of advice to talk to either the chief or our council member or Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale about it. And I also reached out to many members of the Horizon community to notify them and let them know that there's going to be a special presentation coming up later in our meeting here to provide information regarding the flood that just occurred in their neighborhood and what's going to be done about it. And of course, I also met with our city manager to talk about tonight's agenda and a few other issues that always come up about our city. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
I hadn't planned on, but I shall also bring up Veterans Village and what a wonderful success it was. But I need to thank the police department who folded and presented to me a ceremonial flag in honor of my deceased father and how much that really meant to me. So thank you, and thank to your men and women in uniform. This is such an amazing time of year, at least for us here in the Coachella Valley. The holidays bring a little extra time to spend with friends and family. I hope you take advantage of that. The amazing weather that allows us to be out and about, the scores of opportunities for theater productions, festivals, fabulous music, galas, parties, restaurants, and so much more. Most of us will have plenty of time to give thanks to those organizations that mean so much to us, and they will use those funds to assist the right people. Not to mention the opportunities to volunteer your time to any organization that you choose. You know they best know how to help those in need. It is sometimes difficult to look around the world and feel like we deserve all the pleasantries of our valley. We are indeed lucky, but we also owe this excellence and way of life to be on display, assisting everyone to remember that though life can throw obstacles at us, there will most likely be an end with a light, and it's a tunnel. And if you're having trouble seeing how good life can be, just look our way, because we're just abound with beauty and wonderful adventures right here in Coachella Valley. We're all so lucky to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start off before my council report and just recognize a few people in here today. And of course, I'd like to just say hello and point out that Mayor Aguilar is here. He was part of the 214 team. And then we got Shelley Kaplan, council member 2014 team. We got the ever so popular Fred Bell in the back there. And volunteers, Patty Hagedorn. And I know who else is in here. Sue Townsley is here. And Alan Cavallo, you sat on many commissions, I think, too many. I don't even know how many you were on, public arts and whatever, did a fabulous job. And what he started off with saying is the very truth. Started in 2014. It was just a seed. I mean, prior to that, Cathedral City was still cool and all, but it just wasn't really moving forward. It was just hanging out. Everything just came together. And on all you guys' shoulders, we've elevated to where we are today with the balloon festivals and all the events, the Field of Valor. So very, very proud. We've really improved over the years, but I just wanted to, it was just like all home week seeing everybody out here. Oh, John Rivera in the corner, I didn't see you over there. He's up here as well. So with that being said, I'll move forward. I also attended the Fields of Valor. I was honored to be able to host or speak at the opening day. Sunshine and Angel, you guys did a fabulous job, and Joanne with the Evening Rotary, all the volunteers you put together with the Salvation Army, and all of you guys did a fabulous, fabulous job. I attended the Homeless Committee. That's going to be my last one. I've been sitting on it since 2014, and since I'll be appointed mayor here soon, I offered it to Councilman McGregory. He took it on. I think he'd be a best man for the job. It's a serious job. I've been very passionate over the years. I thank Chief Crum for everything he's done with me and his staff, trying to provide housing and homeless and services for the homeless. But I thought it'd just be best to pass that on for at least a year. Maybe he'll give it back to me. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to ask him. But it's been an honor to do that since 2014. Attended the POPS Award along with council, and I want to congratulate Chief Crum and Chief Contreras for all the awards your staff received, the heroic work that you did during the Storm Hillary. It was really great to see everyone recognized there. All staff and council were very proud that day of all of you. What else do I got here? I went to a CVEP meeting. The hot air balloon was a great was a great event. The senior gala, I mean, was tremendous. I mean, Shelley, you're on that board there, and look, remember the ones we used to do over there? We'd have about 50, 60 people. I don't know how many people were there. That'd be a couple hundred, 300 maybe there. I mean, how this town has grown with everybody's efforts into believing in this town. So I'm really honored to be a part of that. And oh yeah, Shauna, Shauna's still here, or she might be gone. The volunteer work she's done here in Cathedral City has just been tremendous. And I believe, Madam Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Very welcome. And Councilman Gregory.
Well, thank you. Like my colleagues, it sounds like everyone has been busy the last 3 weeks since our last regular meeting. This tonight technically is a special meeting. I feel like it's special just because we pushed it a week over for the holiday. But after our last meeting's already been mentioned was the Veterans Day weekend, and the highlight of that, of course, was the several events put on by the Cathedral City Evening Rotary. So although they thanked everyone else, they really deserve a lot of thanks for that, putting on those events at Patriots Park. I thought it was well coordinated. I know I participated in the closing ceremony on Sunday, November 11th, and my colleagues, I think somebody participated in most of their events, but they really deserve the credit for putting that on and all of the respect that it shows that our city has and its residents have for our veterans. And then also on Sunday, November 11th, I did attend the Equality California Palm Springs Equality Awards. That was at the Sonoran. There were a lot of people from many of the other cities there, even a couple of county supervisors. So I was glad to see the good turnout. The award ceremony presented a special award to Jonathan Bennett, who's a Palm Springs resident. He's also known as a teen actor on Mean Girls, does a lot of Hallmark movies now, so that was a nice event, and I was glad to be able to see some of the colleagues from other cities and jurisdictions there. And then on Monday, November 12th, I represented the city at the Coachella Valley Association of Governments Public Safety Committee. A lot of the work there was with the county, talking about their multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plans. As you know, we are updating ours, as most municipalities are doing, so that was good to hear. And again, thank you to the police department and the fire department for making sure that they had good representatives there that could listen and be part of the discussion as they could. And then later that same night, as has already been mentioned, was the Cathedral City Senior Center Night to Remember Gala. That was a very important fundraiser for them, and it was just a great time to see all of the great things going on with the Senior Center, a little discussion of their plans. They are not part of the city in the sense that the city, it finances them. They're not a branch of the city. They're a nonprofit. They do that work on their own. Of course, the city does support them on certain programs. But if you've not been involved with the Senior Center or their fundraisers, they've got a lot of great plans for expansion. They're doing a lot of great things. And one thing that they are really pushing is involvement of the whole community, including the Hispanic community, in their activities. So they should be applauded, and it was a great night, and I know many of us were happy to support. I think there were a number of city staff that bid on and won silent auction items, which makes me wonder about our pay scale there, but it's good that they're spending their money back in Cathedral City. And then on Wednesday, November 15th, as already been mentioned, the Palm Desert Chamber of Commerce had their Peace Officer and Public Safety Awards, or POPS Awards, as has already been mentioned. And besides police and fire, a number of city staff were recognized, including the mayor, for work that was done following the Tropical Storm Hillary disaster. And so it was great to be able to go and participate in that. And then the Hot Air Balloon Festival was that next weekend. I don't have to really talk a lot about that, except I was this year able to participate on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and everything I went to was great. The Sunday event, they took down the special shaped balloons a little early, although it didn't appear to be too windy at the surface. It was a little windy up high, but everything else seemed to go really well compared to last year, where we did have some wind issues. So many thanks, as has been already been shared, with Ryan Hunt taking the lead on that for us, and Christina, his new events person, certainly getting baptism by fire in some of these big events. And as already been mentioned, Chris Parman was everywhere around that whole festival and did a great job. So then after that, there was a little break for Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone had a good time to celebrate with family and friends. Then last Sunday, I participated on a brunch with Patsy event. Patsy has gotten so good at dinner with Patsy, she's now doing brunch with Patsy. And kicked this off at the Luchador Brewing, right over here, our neighbors. And it was a fundraiser. It did benefit Safe Schools Desert Cities, one of my favorite charities, and was nicely attended for our first one. So I think those are planned to go on about every other month. They're going to expand a little bit out to some of the different charities that haven't participated before, and some of the different restaurants. She even told me some of them may be Cathedral City adjacent, but they're still going to be with some type of a tie to the area and doing great work. So you can look for those Sunday brunches occasionally with Patsy. If you haven't signed up on Patsy's mailing list, make sure you do that. And then on Monday, November 27th, I represent the city at the Budget and Implementation Committee meeting for the Riverside County Transportation Commission. There were some controversial items on there. They're in the sense that there's been some changes in some funding. So working with, of course, the other Coachella Valley cities, and we're trying to make sure that although we need to make sure we take care of traffic congestion in the western county, that in our area that we're not forgotten. And we certainly have plenty of concerns, especially with our major roadways and the interstate, to make sure that we don't end up with the kind of congestion that you have in Corona. And so that's always a little bit of a struggle over resources. So that will continue. And I just want to mention tomorrow at 6 p.m., if you don't have your tickets yet, you may be able to get some, or there'll probably be some seating available if you show up. It's the Old Gays book release event. It's at the Mary Pickford. The Old Gays are very, very internet famous, I guess we would say, by millions and millions of people, and they're having a release event. It's a joint event being put on by the Public Arts Commission and the Parks and Community Events Commission, and they will be having a talk there. And then, if you want to buy your book there will be selling and signing books. My understanding is upstairs afterwards. That's tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And then I just saw today that the firemen are going to be making pancakes again. So it looks like we're going to have a open house at the fire station 412, which is on Desert Vista, and having a pancake breakfast. That's this Sunday, December 3rd, and it's from 8 to 10. And no charge, so come out and hang out with the firemen and get to look at the station and get some pancakes. And then on Thursday, December 7th, before we meet again, besides the Senior Center, another great nonprofit working here benefiting the residents of our city is the Cathedral City Boys and Girls Club. They're going to be having their major fundraising event for this winter season. It's called Hope and Opportunity. It's at the Palm Springs Air Museum on Thursday, December 7th at 5 o'clock. So if you don't have tickets and you want to get involved supporting the Boys and Girls Club, there's still a chance to do that. Again, December 7th. And then highlighting all of that before we meet again will be on Saturday, December 9th, has already been mentioned by speakers, our Snow Fest. Will be from 1 to 8 p.m. right here, and the village will all be set up. There'll be many activities going on, as already been discussed, and we will be having the tree lighting at 5 p.m. I have on my calendar, so anytime between 1 and 8 is good. If you can come at 5 p.m., we can officially count down and light our official Cathedral City tree. And I think that's enough, Mayor. Thank you so much for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilman Gregory. And I've crossed paths with everybody at all these events, and I am just so proud to be associated with the city in this capacity and in any capacity. We've got a great team from our city staff to our council to our nonprofits and volunteers. So thank you all. Field of Valors was out of the park. It was just really wonderful to be part of that experience. I was able to represent Cathedral City at Desert Memorial Park on that Saturday and had another opportunity to participate in an activity honoring our veterans. So I was very appreciative of that. I did attend the Salvation Army. It was their very first fundraiser, and Fred's right back there, but it was at the Palm Springs Air Museum, and it was the first official one with Neil and Rubina Navarro, and they were instrumental in helping our residents, especially during and following Hurricane Hillary, so Tropical Storm Hillary. It was wonderful. Thank you so much. I certainly want to recognize Councilman Ross. She and her husband were fabulous in filling the bus. We filled the truck first, but it was great because it was a great activity, and it was a nice stopping point for people who wanted to contribute for Thanksgiving. Bob was able to clean out his truck, fill it up, and took the goodies to those folks who need it. So much appreciated. Talking about the Cathedral City Senior Center, on December 8th, they're having a free health talk on fall prevention. It's in English and Spanish because as going forward, they want to make sure their programs are bilingual for our community. That was very appreciative. Yesterday, I had a chance to be interviewed by Chris Long on K-News, and he asked all about Tropical Storm Hillary and the aftermath, and we were very happy to share that we did get the federal declaration of a disaster, so that's going to open up the door for us for reimbursements going forward. And I had this wonderful article. It was in, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's well placed around the desert. It's called Desert Health. But we had a fabulous article by a student from Cathedral City High School, Valeria Vasquez, and it talked all about the Environmental Health Academy of Learning, HEAL, right here at Cathedral City High School, and how they all participated in the CERT training, which is Community Emergency Response Training. So it's wonderful. And I just want to end with this tonight. I had an opportunity yesterday. I don't really watch too much TV, but I watched the memorial service for Rosalind Carter. And I shared this with our assistant city manager and city manager. Whether they wanted to hear it or not, they heard it, and they were very polite. But I had an opportunity to attend this seminar in Decatur, Georgia, years and years ago. And after the event was over, it was right next door to the Jimmy Carter Library. And I went it's a beautiful facility, and went from kiosk to kiosk, seeing all the contributions that the Carters made throughout their life to not just their community, but to the world. And as I walked out, I got lost. I walked out of the library campus and got turned around, and I called for a cab because I was getting kind of nervous. I was wandering around for a long time aimlessly. And this fellow picked me up and took me right back to the campus and to the entrance that I knew. And he was from Liberia. And he said, "How did you enjoy the tour of the Carter campus?" And I said, "It was just kind of life-changing, awe-inspiring." And he said, "The Carters were in Liberia and helped us with the process of fair and free elections." And I started to tear up, and I thought, how we make a contribution and the effects it has going forward. So I'm very grateful to be part of this community and very grateful for all that you do. Thank you. We'll now move to emergency update. Update on emergency actions related to Tropical Storm Hillary. And may we have a staff report, please, City Manager?
Thank you. I'll start with just an update that we've been giving on most meetings with just some updated data, if my slides come up. There it is. Okay. So, on November 21st, 2023, this is the big news. President Biden declared that a major disaster exists in the state of California and ordered federal aid to supplement state, tribal, and local recovery efforts. Public assistance will be available for state, tribal, and eligible local governments and certain private nonprofit organizations on a cost-sharing basis in the counties of Imperial, Inyo, Kern, Riverside, and Siskiyou. Federal funding is also available on a cost-sharing basis for hazard mitigation measures statewide. Next steps will be participating in the Cal OES applicant briefing when scheduled, and so we're monitoring that and we'll pay attention. On October 6th, the city received confirmation that the request from the governor's office didn't include a request for individual assistance. Staff conveyed this to the affected residents that same day. Federal individual assistance came, however, for residents and businesses in the form of low-interest loans provided through the U.S. Small Business Administration. Of course, they were here on site in Cathedral City for several weeks, helping folks with the applications, and continued to accept them through the 21st of November. And we also hosted them at the library from September 26th to October 13th. As of November 1st, the SBA has received 91 applications for homes and personal property and 59 applications for businesses that had physical and economic injuries. That's in total in all of those counties that were included in the declaration. To date, 33 applications have been approved, totaling $2,150,300, with the majority of that coming from Riverside County. The filing deadline has passed for individual assistance. However, applications for businesses that suffered economic injury remain open through June 24th of 2024. Again, the city continues to waive building permit fees for the most impacted residents and businesses, provided fee waivers for demolition permits, continuing to provide a dumpster and cleaning up of residential debris from the roadway. To date, 387.5 tons at approximately a cost of $50,000 has been removed. That's what we allowed people to put debris in the dumpsters. Our dirt removal effort, the contractor began on Monday, October 23rd, and they are ahead of schedule on their efforts. I think there's one major property left to do, and that will be coming up here shortly. Council approved expenditures to date. This is items that have already been approved: $1.062 million in contract and work equipment rental, $4.56 million in the debris removal contract, and you all authorized on November 8th over $8 million in budget adjustments, primarily as where we removed or delayed other things from the budget so that we could pay for the items that were just listed above there. We still anticipate probably up to $6 million in local funding, regardless of how much federal support there is, to rebuild a number of the streets in the area that suffered significant damage, both due to the floodwaters and the mud and the heavy equipment that was out there on them for weeks on end. The Greater Palm Springs Realtors Disaster Grant Program remains available through the end of this month, and that was made available to residents across the Coachella Valley. Currently, 75 applications are in process and 8 new submittals. 7 residents on Horizon were assisted. The Realtor Relief Foundation extended the deadline to November 30th. Originally, it was set to expire sooner, but that's just tomorrow. So if you haven't contacted them and think you could benefit from that program, that's up to $2,500 per household. So that concludes my update on item A on the agenda. Item B is the continuation of the local state of emergency due to the ongoing debris removal effort, which still continues, and ongoing concerns and damages from the storm. Staff recommends that the council approve a resolution continuing the declaration of a local disaster. The disaster declaration must be reviewed and ratified every 60 days or until terminated. We believe that since there's still work going on and a lot of things that have not been fully addressed yet, including the condition of our streets and things like that, that it's in our best interest to maintain that in effect at this time. So that one does require action, and I guess we should pause at this point and see if there's public comment on A or B, and then you can act on item B, and then I'll pick up on C after
Right.
that.
Any public comments regarding this presentation?
Actually, Charlie, that's item C on the agenda, so we can take it out of order if we need to. But I don't have any request to speak forms for item 3A, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide comment on that or item 3C, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, do you want to do item 3C since Charlie already presented it?
We did the vote. Do I read the resolution? A resolution of the city, is that what you want me to do? Okay. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Cathedral City continuing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency due to Tropical Storm Hillary. May we have a vote?
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you.
So I'll continue, Mayor. I
you.
apologize for getting out of order on that.
That's all right.
Item B is a really important item. It's an update from the two agencies in our region that have flood control in their mission. And John Corella will introduce the speakers that we are very happy to have with us tonight.
A little slow on the uptake, Tracy. I'm getting there. There we go. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, fellow council members, we're going to talk about what, why, and where do we go from here. Regarding Tropical Storm Hillary, August 20th, it's embedded in my brain on that day. Probably can't forget it ever. We're privileged here, taking the time out of their busy days. They got big stormwater districts to take care of. We have two agencies. Cathedral City is very unique in the Coachella Valley, as we're bisected by two agencies that cover our stormwater needs. Both I would put against any other stormwater agencies in the country, so we're really well covered on both ends. Riverside County Flood Control District, Jason Yulee, the general manager, he's going to do and chief engineer, he's going to do a presentation. Claudio Padres, the chief designer of construction, decided to let Jason come here by himself, and they fed to the wolves. After their presentation and your questions for Riverside County Flood Control, CVWD, Jim Barrett, general manager, is here to do an introduction. Dave Wilson, their engineering manager for flood control, is here as well. And in attendance, we have John Aguilar, who not only former mayor, council member, Cathedral City, is the director of the water district that represents Division 1, our division that represents Cathedral City. And Scott Burrett, I see in the audience here too, communications director for CVWD. So without further discussion, I know you didn't come here to see me talk about this. Let's get Mr. Jason Yulee up here.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
See you again.
Just hit the button.
Okay. Sounds good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff. I've had the pleasure of working with John now for many years. We've got a great relationship and we've done a lot of good things together. Before we talk about the storm, I did want to do a little bit of scene setting, and John covered this already to some extent, so I'm going to jump through this pretty quick. But there are two districts that do regional flood management. The Riverside County Flood Control covers the western part of the county. So we cover parts of Cathedral City, Palm Springs, and Desert Hot Springs. And then really the balance of the Coachella Valley is covered by the Coachella Valley Water District. When we zoom in and take a look at how that directly affects the city of Cathedral City, the area in green is our service area. And so you can see we covered the kind of the northern tips and the southern tips of the city. And then the Coachella Valley Water District really covers the balance of the populated area of the city of Cathedral City. The shared responsibility for flood control does not stop with us, though. I think it's important to talk about this just for a second. Our two districts are responsible for regional flood management. So we build big dams, big channels, big levees, big storm drains, the types of facilities that protect communities at scale. But a lot of the interior drainage that you would see like within a subdivision or road culverts or freeway culverts and bridges or rail culverts and bridges, those are managed by local agencies, be it the city, the county, and the unincorporated areas, Caltrans, BNSF, Southern Pacific. And then if you zoom out to very rural areas where you have a lot of large lots, you can have situations where streams actually run through private property. And as part of the ownership of that property, the property owner is actually responsible for making sure that that stream functions as nature intended it within the limits of their property. And so I just real quickly also wanted to touch on some of the partnerships and projects that we've been working on together. Very quickly, on the southern end of the city, along Highway 111, we've just completed a $32 million investment in flood control infrastructure, including the Eagle Canyon Dam and the project that we're just putting the final touches on right now, which is the Palm Springs Line 41 storm drain and basin project. And these two projects together are going to remove a significant floodplain that affected the Highway 111 corridor, which is kind of shown in teal on this exhibit. And so it's going to prevent flooding of Highway 111, it's going to protect the auto mall, it's going to protect commercial area, as well as various condos, apartments, and mobile home parks that are along this segment of the Highway 111 corridor. On deck, moving up into future projects, we're working with John on a number of projects in the north end of the city. And here are projects that the city's actually going to lead and we're contributing funding to. And these are basically some road culverts and a bridge along Varner Road to try to turn Varner, the Varner corridor, and basically into an all-weather road, an all-weather corridor to help with emergency services and transportation and traffic, both during and after storms, and to prevent those roads from getting overwhelmed by flood flows and even moderate storm events. And so let's move on to what we're really here to talk about today, which is Tropical Storm Hilary. Tropical Storm Hilary was probably one of the most significant events since the 1976 tropical storm that hit the Coachella Valley. And really, we got a year's worth of rain in a day almost throughout the entire valley. It was a major event. And as you moved up into the mountains, we got even more rain. And as a matter of fact, up in the upper San Bernardino Mountains, we got 13 inches of rain in 24 hours, 9 inches of rain in 6 hours. That intensity of rain is something we would expect to see once in 1,000 years. This was a very extreme event that affected a very localized area of the San Bernardino Mountains. And so the primary area that was hit was Mission Creek and the upper Whitewater watersheds. And so what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit more about Mission Creek because it was a primary driver for what happened in Coachella, in Cathedral City. And so if you look at that little yellow dot on the map there, that yellow dot represents the rain gauge that measured that super intense rainfall. And if you look at that dot, it's not even in Riverside County, it's in San Bernardino County, 7 miles up the San Bernardino Mountains at the top of the mountain. But that rain gauge sits within the Mission Creek watershed. Mission Creek watershed is a 40 square mile watershed. It's a steep mountain watershed, comes out of the top of the San Bernardino Mountains, 14-mile water course. Now in a normal year, a normal rain event, flow would come out of that Mission Creek headwater. It would make its way through Desert Hot Springs, down through the 10 just east of the Garnet Hills, past the Garnet Hills to the railroad, and there's a railroad bridge right there east of the Garnet Hills. And then that water would make it into the Whitewater River. So typically Mission Creek, most years, goes to the Whitewater. If we have a more significant storm, that bridge can get overwhelmed and it's possible for water to go down the 10 freeway, that 10 freeway corridor. What happened this year on August 20th was very different. And part of the reason it was different is that there was a debris flow that was triggered in that steep mountain watershed. What's a debris flow? Well, it's a condition when you get so much rainfall in those steep mountain slopes that it actually overwhelms the water course. And what ends up happening is the water scoops up the bottom of the water course, turns it into mud, flings that mud down into the valley below. But it doesn't only pick up mud, it picks up all the vegetation that is in that stream course. And I'm not talking about tumbleweeds, I'm talking about 24-inch diameter, 20-foot tall cedar trees. Major trees, major mountain vegetation came out of that canyon and into Desert Hot Springs. Now that debris flow made its way down through Desert Hot Springs, causing a lot of issues in Desert Hot Springs as well, made its way under the 10 freeway to the railroad bridge just east of the Garnet Hills.
Excuse me, how many miles has that, from Mission Creek to Horizon, how many miles is that?
Orient me on Horizon, is that the east end of the Cathedral City?
Right.
We're probably 26, 29 miles.
Wow.
And so this was a major extreme event, very rare.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. I completely understand. And feel free to ask questions if you need to, or if you'd like to. And so this is just kind of zooming into where that railroad bridge is. You can see the 10 freeway, the Garnet Hills, and then where that little X is, that's where the railroad bridge is. And so I'm going to zoom in on that again. And this is what the railroad bridge looks like in a normal day prior to August 20th. After the storm, the bridge looked like this. And so you can see that the bridge was overwhelmed, it was plugged. And if you look just on the upstream side of the bridge, if we go back and forth, just kind of see the difference there. If you look just on the upstream side of the bridge, you will see a wall of vegetation. Those 24-inch diameter trees that I was talking about, a large segment of some of that debris that came out, some of that vegetation that came out, racked up against the upstream end of that bridge. And if you were to go and look, if you could get under the bridge and see what it looked like, that is probably what you would have saw. Now, this is not that bridge. This is a photo from Montecito, but it's a very similar type of debris flow. It's a very similar type of situation. And so part of what made this storm very unique and very challenging is that vegetation that came down out of the mountains, because that vegetation clogs the culverts and the bridges that allow water to go through its typical path. And then once those culverts and bridges are plugged, then you get water coming up out of its normal water courses. And so what ended up happening here is normally the water would go south into the Whitewater. The bridge plugged, couldn't go that direction anymore. All the water, all the mud, all the vegetation went down the 10 freeway corridor. And then again, there were culverts and other drainage infrastructure along Date Palm, along Gene Autry. Those culverts got plugged, challenged the drainage infrastructure. Water came out of the typical channels. That's why we had flooding on the 10 freeway. That's why we had the issues in the communities in Date Palm. So I don't want to leave this only with Mission Creek, because the reality is it was raining throughout the Coachella Valley. And so really all of those Morongo canyons were getting rain. They were contributing additional water. They were piling on additional water, additional sediment. And then really, again, backing out, the entire Coachella Valley was getting rain, and that's why we had issues, really throughout the valley. But the most significant issues by far were as a result of that heavy rainfall in the San Bernardino Mountains. And so with that, I can stop here and I can answer questions. Or if you'd like, we could move to CVWD and they can talk about some projects they're working on that might help with this.
Thank you. Do you have questions from council now?
I think the only question I would have, if this happens again, is there a prevention plan? How we could do anything to eliminate the blockage of the waters?
Yeah, and I think that the where we're going, okay. I think CVW is going to be able to touch on that a little bit more.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, City staff, audience, viewers on Zoom or YouTube. I don't have any slides, but before I bring David Wilson up, who is our engineering manager, who has about a dozen slides, I just wanted to make a couple of remarks about what CVWD was able to do right after Hillary. We had a thorough analysis of our entire service area. We provide not only stormwater protection, but domestic water, sewer, irrigation water, drainage.
Could you speak a little bit into the, or lift the microphone a little bit?
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Thank you. That's great.
I guess I am a little taller than Jason. And I forgot to say, I unfortunately am a resident of Mayor Linda Evans' municipality, and so I hope you don't hold that against me. But after we did a thorough analysis of our entire service area and made sure there were no real service disruptions, we were able to make some crews available to come and help with the mud and debris removal. Also to make sure that there was no disruption of service in the impacted area. We then went on to do video camera inspections and water jetting of the sewer systems, and to make sure that none of the sewer manhole covers were displaced, because that would have hindered the recovery operations. Recognizing that perhaps more water than normal would be needed because of property damage and health and safety issues, we were authorized to go ahead and waive tiered rates for those who made those requests. I will now turn it over to David, who will present the briefing on future stormwater protection projects in this area. We've done, again, an analysis of the entire valley, and to be honest, there's over $2 billion worth of work that needs to be done and will be done eventually. Our primary revenue for stormwater protection is the property tax assessments that come through the county. If we were to try and increase that revenue, it would take a 2/3 vote because it's an agency initiative. And so we're working that issue. I don't think we're going to be able to get there in time for the November election next year, but we are focused on trying to increase, not only through grants and loans, but whatever we might be able to do through property tax. So I'll be available for questions after if you'd like, or if there's a question now. Yes, yeah.
So you said it's $2 billion in repairs.
Well, projected project cost, not repairs. But so.
Okay, to me, that's the same thing, but okay, I'm with you. I got you. So I guess the crux of my question was, how much of that already existed? Or is that all due to Hillary?
That's all new work.
All new work. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just terrible news. Thank you so much.
So let me ask about repairs, and this isn't necessarily specific to the Horizon Road or the area near Date Palm, but we all know that when this happened, it laid down massive layers of silt all over the place, which we all get to enjoy now every time the wind blows a little bit, and that's just kind of what happens living in the desert. But it did fill up our existing, to some degree at least, our existing flood control channels. And I'm even told there are some places where the drainage culverts that drain off of the roads down into the wash are now, the silt's now higher in the wash than it is in the culvert, so potentially it slows down. Is CVWD, or do they have plans to go behind and mitigate, or have they been working to mitigate some of the silt that was added in? I know there's drop structures and all kinds of things, and I have no idea who's responsible for what, to tell you the truth, but I know some of those things were put in for a reason and will need to be cleared and repaired. So I know you're going to talk about new construction to try to prevent future, but is there work underway or planned for getting rid of the silt that's damaged now? And I guess we'd say damaged because they're covered.
We'd be happy to work with city staff to take care of any areas of concern. Typically, after a storm, the first thing we do is go out and reestablish the pilot channels within the stormwater channel, so that the water has a defined place to go when it comes down, regardless of how much. With the larger storms, of course, the whole stormwater channel bottom is basically taken over. Sediment and sediment control is just part of the responsibilities of getting there. Unfortunately, after Hillary, 2 weeks later, we had another 1,000-year storm in the Eastern Valley, which caused all kinds of other problems, as you might assume. Even though it's less populated, there's more agriculture out there, there are still disadvantaged communities that needed to have things cleared so they could get in and get out. And we assisted with that as well. But yeah, more than happy to work with John or Charlie to take care of any concerns that they've identified. We don't typically go out as a matter of course and redo the entire channel. It's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. As soon as you'd start, you'd have to, as soon as you end, you have to go back and start all over again. But if there are areas of concern, happy to take care of those.
I guess I was wondering, now that we have the disaster declaration to benefit public agencies, that if it might not be wise to make at least those repairs that are absolutely necessary for facing another flood now, where CVWD might be able to seek some partial reimbursement, because anybody that thinks the FEMA declaration makes the city whole doesn't know how it works, but at least it helps. So I would think that CVWD would want to also do an evaluation as to what is more urgent, at least, and then hopefully be able to get the federal government to help a little with that.
As I think you noticed on the slide, there's always a participation with the funding. And to be perfectly frank, FEMA is not as responsive as we would like them to be. We're still waiting on reimbursement from Valentine's Day flood in 2019, and there are still issues prior to that.
Yes, and we're waiting for COVID, I think, to some of the reimbursements that were promised, but yes.
But we don't need to go down that road. I do appreciate the comment, and we will take a look at it. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem, Council. Jason did a good job already. I'll try not to be repetitive here, but I just wanted to give a little bit of background with CVWD and the hat we wear. So CVWD or the Coachella Valley Stormwater District was formed in 1915, and it was formed in view of the fact that obviously stormwater doesn't follow city boundaries. And so there was an obvious thinking that we needed to establish an agency that would look at everything from a regional perspective. And as Jason mentioned, the cities handle the local drainage, and CVWD and the county handle regional flooding. We merged with the Coachella Valley County Water District in 1937, and of course now we are the Coachella Valley Water District. And these are just a list of some notable storms that went on. We had actually 5 hurricanes come through in the 70s, believe it or not. But as Jason mentioned, one of the bigger ones was in 76, which was the impetus for quite a bit of infrastructure development in the early 80s in Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, La Quinta area. We had the 2019 storm that Jim was mentioning, where we had 22,000 CFS flowing in the channel. I don't know if you saw that, but that was quite a sight to see. CFS is a cubic foot per second. A cubic foot is very roughly the size of a basketball. And so if you can envision 22,000 basketballs going, that's what was out there. And if you saw it, like I said, it was quite the sight to see. And then, of course, we've had Hillary, and then, as Jim mentioned, the other 1,000-year storm that we had this past September. So this is just a view of the Coachella Valley, and these are the various watersheds that are tributary to the area that fall under the Coachella Valley Water District's purview as a regional agency. The area on the left here, those are all the watersheds and flood hazards that were addressed in the early 80s, late 70s, with the hurricanes that came through in the 70s. We also have the Mecca North Shore watershed that was addressed through the construction of the Coachella branch of the All-American Canal. They also constructed what they call protective works. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation constructed all of that. There's what we call the East Side Dike. There's a dike that runs along the canal up on that side that protects that side of the valley. It's not technically represented or perceived by FEMA as a flood control facility. We know it provides physical obstruction, but we are working on making some improvements to that dike so that it can get certified by FEMA to pull folks out of the floodplain, and they will not have to pay flood insurance. And there's the Morongo Wash watershed. This is a part of the watershed that Jason was talking about. This is over 200 square mile watershed, and this contributed to some of the flooding that we'll look at here in just a second. We have the Thousand Palms watershed that we're also handling, which we're looking at. We have a Thousand Palms flood control project that we're looking at addressing the flood hazards coming out of that watershed. We have the North Indio watershed that obviously is tributary to North Indio, Sun City, Palm Desert, Terralago, those areas over there. We also completed a Mecca North Shore and an Oasis area stormwater master plan. These are the addition of the $2 billion that Jim was talking about, the other facilities that we have out in our sites way down the road when the money is available to construct some regional facilities in these areas. And then the last watershed we've been looking at here is the west shore of the Salton Sea. So these are the flood hazards coming out of the Morongo Wash watershed. These are what's been modeled here. And as you can see, this particular one modeled a breach at the railroad bridge, which is where that circle is. And you can see it matched pretty well with what happened with the Hillary storm. Now this flow here is a 100-year flood. Hillary obviously had a much higher frequency. And we are working on a facility that we want to construct at the location of the circle that is intended to capture about half of these flood hazards. It will not capture all of them, but is intended to capture about half of these. And that's this project right here. This is what we're calling the North Cathedral City Regional Flood Control Project. It's a concrete storm channel that is intended to drop the flood flows underneath the existing Union Pacific Railroad and convey those into the Whitewater River. And it also includes improvements along the dike that you see there running north-south. And here's the schedule for that. We're working with Kinder Morgan to relocate a high-pressure pipeline running parallel to the railroad. We also have to place 42 acres of land in conservation. We're working on that as well. We estimate to have that process completed by June of '24. And we're working through the environmental. The CEQA was complete on this project, but we're working on the Army Corps 404 permit, Regional Water Quality Control Board, CDFW permits that we intend to acquire by July of '24. and the construction plans are planned to be completed as well. So if all goes well, our intention is to put the project out to bid in the summer of '24, and we expect it to take about 6 to 9 months to complete. And then this is just letting you know that there are still flood hazards. Again, we talked about the Thousand Palms watershed. This is Thousand Palms proper. You can see the unincorporated community of Thousand Palms is hit all over the place. So the flows that are running parallel to the 10 are those flows coming from Morongo, but they also have the flows coming out of Thousand Palms watershed. And you can see they have as much as 28,900 CFS coming there out of the Thousand Palms Canyon. We are working right now on multiple fronts. We have in the center there, where you see, I don't know if I can move a mouse. Oh, okay. In the center there, we have the North Indio Flood Control Project. This project is currently under construction. This is Sun City Palm Desert. This is Sun City Shadow Hills. Both of these communities had to follow Riverside County Ordinance 458 and California Drainage Law, which is to say that they had to receive existing flood hazards onto their property and either store them or convey them through. They chose to convey them through, and we are building right now a connection channel here, which is the North Indio Flood Control Project that connects the existing channels within Sun City Shadow Hills to the existing channel within, existing channels within Sun City Palm Desert to the existing channels within Sun City Shadow Hills. And then we have a project that we're working on, Thousand Palms Channel, that will improve this channel here and allow us to get these flows all the way out into the Coachella Valley Stormwater Channel. And I think that's it. We do have a project in Thousand Palms that we're working on to capture the flows out there and get them into the existing channels within Sun City Palm Desert. And that's it. I'll take any questions.
So thank you very much for the presentation. And there was a sentence there and a couple of slides. It said conservation. It wasn't a conservation area, I don't think. So is that you have to work through a conservation
We are taking the land.
dedication?
Yes, we have.
That's dedicated.
Yes, we have some land in the vicinity already, and we're going to acquire some land within the same vicinity and put all of that into conservation within the river.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And you would be the lead agency. You talked about having the cities participate, but no, you are the
For this
lead
project,
agency.
we are the lead agency, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, I pushed the button.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi. So this project you're talking about at the railroad track, dealing with the Morongo flow or the Mission Creek flow.
Yes, sir.
So in an event like the one that occurred with Hillary, I know this is kind of an unknown, especially with all of the debris flow that happened, but is there a certain percentage of reduction you would expect in that type of a flow, and any idea?
Well, this is sized to capture roughly 50% or so of the 100-year flood. Now, remember Hillary, we had 1,000-year.
Right.
And if we have the same problem with debris coming down, it could theoretically block this. But this is a facility that we would be putting in. It would be maintained regularly. And that's about the best that we can do, really.
Okay. And I know FEMA would be the one to determine, but would we be expecting that when this project's complete, that it would be moving the FEMA floodplain line in that area?
Yeah, this particular area does not, I don't believe this section is mapped as a special flood hazard area. I'll have to double check that, but typically when we build these projects, if there's an area that's mapped as a special flood hazard area, we would work with FEMA and remap it.
Okay, and that would be determined then at that time where the actual lines actually fell when it was remapped?
It would be delineated along that slope right there.
Okay.
The north-south line.
I'm thinking more like down in the Date Palm area. There's a segment there that it's in the edge of a floodplain, and so since this would cut some of the flow that would run down there, would you be looking at working with FEMA to redraw those lines if appropriate?
We don't have that on our sites right now, but we can certainly consider that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
My question is actually for Director Corella. John, I just have a question. Are you going to have the slides that we just saw tonight? Because I've got like 100 questions. So is that something that maybe in the future we can look at?
Yes, I have them and they're available to you. And I'll just, if I can add, There was a lot of preliminary modeling done for this stormwater project that CVWD is going to do, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but there were projections downstream on how it affects the firm map, but until the project's done, they can't work on changing the firm maps, flood insurance rate maps put out by FEMA for the downstream properties, but it looked like there could be some possible effects.
Well, nor should they. I didn't mean to imply we're trying to get properties out of having to have flood insurance if they are appropriate to have flood insurance, but I'm hoping that maybe properties will move out that are much less likely to be flooded.
FEMA is very careful and conservative about
Good,
that.
they should be, yes. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilman Gutierrez, any questions?
I do have a question. Now, with the projects that you are working on, so this will protect the the southwest corner, which is Horizon Road. That will protect that area from a future flood or minimize the risk of a flood?
Forgive me, I'm not sure where that's at.
That's right on Daypalm, the corner of Daypalm and Vistachino, pretty much. That's the Horizon neighborhood that was hit by a flood.
It will reduce the existing flood hazard, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? We can open it up to public comments. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Please state your name for the record.
My name is David Lamb. I live in Cathedral City. One of the questions I have is that do any of these projects consider saving the water for groundwater recharge? And if that's not a consideration, it should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to provide? Mr. Carvalho?
Thank you for this great presentation. I think the public, unfortunately, these things get handled after an emergency. We all know it's been a flood concern. I mean, it's sort of those 100-year storms. I think the part that is tough for people to understand is that if you have a mortgage, you're required to have flood insurance. I guess it's tough to understand when you don't have a mortgage that you wouldn't somehow be required to protect yourself and the community, that flood insurance somehow be required or encouraged or something. Not to say that we aren't obligated as a community to help our residents, because that's really why we're a community. But I think it's really, there's a lot of people that want to point fingers, you know. So really we have to start taking responsibility for what we as individuals and homeowners can do to stop this from happening in the future. And start demanding that these things get handled before there's a problem. Because you know something? You know, that's why we got the bridge over on Cathedral Canyon, and I mean, it's like, and the Eagle Dam, I mean, like we should be looking at the possibilities of issues. Now I know money's always an issue, but if we can think about stopping these situations before they happen, we actually end up saving money. You know, that's usually the case, preventative medicine. So that's just my 2 cents, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
Great,
No.
thank you very much. This is a presentation only for discussion and direction. There is no formal action required.
And I think just want to make sure we do thank the Flood District and our friends at the Coachella Valley Water District for the work that they have done and are doing, and certainly for moving these projects forward. They're going to be a big help, and both for the neighborhoods that were affected here and, as has been mentioned, for future flooding. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
Palm Springs Air Museum. There we are.
Thank you, John.
The next item is acceptance and distribution of donation from the Palm Springs Air Museum. May we have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members.
So the item before you is a discussion about the acceptance and what to do with the proceeds of the donations, funding raised by the Palm Springs Air Museum. So as we've talked about a lot tonight, Tropical Storm Hilary was very impactful to our community, especially in very localized areas. And Palm Springs Air Museum was a significant community partner in the immediate aftermath of the tropical storm. And Mr. Fred Bell, who is here this evening, who is the vice chair of the Air Museum and also a Cathedral City resident. Kind of immediately when the rains were still falling, Fred contacted staff to see how they could, as an agency, help. And this was a really unique opportunity and a really unique offering from a local agency to try to fill gaps that could help residents in the immediate aftermath, even before, some of the resources, from the agencies and the nonprofits that really help in disasters could be put into place. And so in talking to staff, one of the needs identified was potentially some immediate needs for short-term hotel stays. So if somebody couldn't be in their home, that perhaps there could be a few nights of a hotel stay made available to help some residents just get through that initial hump. The fundraising effort was never intended to be any kind of a direct assistance to residents. The Palm Springs Air Museum certainly isn't set up for that, and local government and cities aren't set up for providing that kind of direct assistance to individuals. And so really what the focus of the funding had been was for those kind of immediate housing needs. So the Air Museum set up an online fundraiser. They were offering, if it was over a $200 donation, I believe it was, a free ride on one of the amazing aircrafts that are available through the museum. And that was also a cost that the Air Museum bore. So anyone that was taking advantage of those flights, it was over $100 value. The Palm Springs Air Museum was eating that as part of their donation to the community. And so in addition to the Palm Springs Air Museum and the individuals from the community that donated through this fundraiser, Visit Palm Springs and Southern California Gas were also major contributors to that funding. Due to the efforts of the Air Museum, 6 displaced families throughout the community, not just in the Horizon neighborhood, were assisted and provided between 5 and 10 days of temporary hotel stays. And so again, it wasn't intended to be, I've been displaced from my home and I'm going to provide you housing, but just kind of that very immediate kind of need. Additionally, and this is also through Mr. Bell, there was a receipt of $2,000 in DoorDash gift cards that were given to the city for distribution to impacted families. Some of those have been distributed already to the affected neighborhoods. We still have others available that we will continue to make sure are available to affected residents. So kind of in the middle of this, and as we know, we have a neighborhood that was majorly impacted by mud and debris. And very soon after the flooding event happened and the debris event happened, Team Rubicon came to the city and offered assistance. And so we met with them, I believe it was on the 23rd or 24th of August, to authorize them to come into our community and come into the Horizon neighborhood to help. And when we met with them on that day, they were discussing with us their difficulty in finding housing for their volunteers. We were trying to have a very quick deployment of those volunteers to come to the aid of the neighborhood. And there's, I think, some rumors that the tribe had, that rooms with the tribe had been secured, and that just wasn't the case. I've been talking and working with Robert Bradbury, who is the Director of Emergency Services, and there was no community request that came through to them. We hadn't been able to make other arrangements, and so we contacted Mr. Bell and talked about the dollars that had been received through those donations to see if it could be used to help house Team Rubicon. And so collectively we decided that that would be an appropriate use because the use of those funds was going to go directly to provide assistance to the residents most impacted, to help them get their homes cleaned out so that they could be in the process of recovery. And what Team Rubicon really did was come in and do that muck out, get that debris out of the homes, take those homes down to the studs, and clean up the flooring so that the homes would be ready for a contractor to come in and rebuild. So from Team Rubicon, the statistics they provide to us, they cleared 9 homes, taking the walls down to the studs, mucked out 57 rooms, and removed 8,945 square feet of drywall, 1,508 square feet of flooring, and 17.4 thousand cubic feet of debris that they removed from those homes in the Horizon neighborhood. And per the numbers that they gave us, Team Rubicon estimates that the estimated impact of that effort was about $120,000 benefit to the homeowners. And that doesn't really also include the cost of the debris removal, the mud that came out that the city has been removing for those homeowners. So in total, through the generosity of the community and the generosity of the efforts of the Palm Springs Air Museum, they raised a total of $33,550, of which $12,979 went to room charges. There was $940 in web processing fees, leaving a remaining balance of $10,630.80. And as I said earlier, cities really aren't in a position to do direct assistance to individuals. We're not set up like that. We're not, we don't have a program to do that and to how to establish who's eligible for it or not. And I did just kind of a back of the napkin kind of estimating of, just kind of the homeowners throughout the community that were affected. And, if I looked at, say, 9 or 10 the major homes impacted in the Horizon neighborhood, there were an estimated 15 homeowners in Councilmember Ross's neighborhood, probably was more, that received feet of water flooding their homes, and there are also residents that are displaced. There were 12 residents in a low-income housing community that were all displaced from their homes because of flooding, and probably 6 or so businesses. So if I look at that at about 42 households, and we know that there were more than that, certainly. If the remaining funding was distributed to those numbers, that's about $254 each. And again, the city doesn't really have a good way of saying, okay, well, you get the money, you don't get the money. And so what staff thought might be a good idea is to propose taking those remaining funds of $10,630 and distributing them to some key organizations that do disaster response or other immediate needs response in communities, and donate those remaining funds to those organizations. And so those would be, as we talked about earlier, Team Rubicon, the Salvation Army, World Central Kitchen, the American Red Cross, and Find Food Bank. And so I talked a little bit about Team Rubicon and some of the efforts that they had. What I failed to mention as we went through the slides is they brought in 76 volunteers over 15 days to do the work that they did in our community. Salvation Army, our local Salvation Army chapter, was also a very essential organization that helped our residents directly. They were on site in the Horizon neighborhood on August 23rd. They provided over 13 days of service, 208 hours of volunteer and staff time. They served 55 families, 179 individuals, provided 43 food boxes that through their, the numbers that they gave me were valued at $100 each. Gave out gift cards, served drinks and snacks, and provided lunches, provided counseling to 17 individuals and 3 hotel vouchers, as well as other referrals to impacted families. World Central Kitchen was a new organization that I had not been aware of until this time, but immediately afterwards, the city had been contacted by them, and I believe they had contacted you, Mayor, about being able to come in and helping provide they're kind of a first 72-hour kind of organization. They're kind of an organization that comes in the first hours to help stabilize, get some resources there, and then they move on to the next community that needs it. And so World Central Kitchen came out, kind of scoped out the area, and then also came to the community's aid. So they were here in the Horizon neighborhood. Some of the things that they did was they worked with Trio Restaurant to prepare 250 hot meals for Panorama Park residents and volunteers. They coordinated with other restaurants such as Sandwich Shop and Santorini Gyro to provide meals for 250 per day in the immediate week after the storm. And then they moved on. Like I said, theirs is a short-term duration and until other resources come in. So they also, one of the other things that I learned in talking to them was we know very much the 14 residents that were rescued by our fire department from the board and care facility. What World Central Kitchen did was, after they found out where those residents were relocated to, they reached out to them to find out what do you need? What do you need? Food? What do you need? Supplies and other things. And they just met whatever was on the list for those individuals. So they were just very essential in our community's response. The American Red Cross is always, a nationwide or worldwide disaster organization. They came out and determined that throughout the Coachella Valley, based on their numbers, that there were 17 homes in the Coachella Valley, 14 in Cathedral City, 2 in Palm Desert, and 1 in North Palm Springs that qualified as major or destroyed. Direct assistance was provided to 9 families in Cathedral City. And the difference in the numbers, based on the information provided to me, was that there were efforts made to reach out to some of the individuals that qualified for assistance, and they may reach them or not. And so that's why those numbers are different. Red Cross also participated in our local assistance center at the Cathedral City Library, and we're there to answer questions, provide resources, and provide other programs that the American Red Cross does. Find Food Bank also is another local organization. They're our Coachella Valley's regional food bank, and they conducted emergency mobile market distributions in Cathedral City, particularly for those areas that were affected by the tropical storm. So they did a second one, did an initial one kind of right afterwards. They did a second one on September 13th, and then they also dropped off pizzas to be delivered to the Horizon residents and volunteers. And so, as I said, we have this dilemma of having this donation received. So we have 2 actions that the council is being asked to act on tonight. One is to accept the donations. The money has already come into the city, but at the advice of our city attorney, he has asked us that we ask the council to formally accept that. And then if you are okay with the proposed plan, to distribute that additional funding of $2,226.16 each to Team Rubicon, Salvation Army, World Central Kitchen, American Cross, and Find Food Bank. And the strategic goal of this item is our community goal of safety, and that the objective of making Cathedral City a safe place for all who live, work, visit, and play in our community. And that is the end of my presentation. So I turn it back to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for the detailed overview of the contributions from each of those 5 agencies. It was brilliant. Questions? Let me see here. Okay, let me see. We've got a Councilmember Ross.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bell, would you mind coming forward? I didn't think you would be. You'd probably say no. No, it's not too maudlin. But I want to tell you a brief story because it touched me so much, and I knew it would you too. So my husband and I took Team Rubicon out to dinner while they were here at a restaurant right across from where they'd been put up. I think it was called Firehouse Subs or something like that. And I was sitting with the man who organizes. He'd been with Team Rubicon a long time. Other people had, just been there short times, right? And he said, in my history with Team Rubicon, this is the second time I've ever slept in a bed, and not one of my team members here have ever slept in a bed when we've been deployed. They sleep on gymnasium floors and on the thin carpet of a church and, wherever they could be put. But they were so grateful and so appreciative. And I said your name like 100 times, but I want you to know what a difference it made for them to be here, and that isn't something that regularly happens to them. And then additionally, I'm in one of the communities that got hurt, and this Friday, and I'm going to give this to you if you'd like to come, we're having a dinner with the Grubhub coupons.
Oh,
and
good.
the people who have been $500 worth, and the people who have been damaged in the park are all coming, and we're going to make it an uplifting night. So I'm going to pass this to you, and you're going to pass it to Ann, and she's going to pass it to Charlie. You know how that works. You're going to get it from George Crum.
Great.
We'd love to see you Friday.
It's
if you can't
moving
come,
down.
of course, it's very
No,
short
I will
notice.
make time.
I understand. Great.
You put a microphone in front of me, it's dangerous, but Mark knows. But part of the mindset of the Air Museum is we are a regional organization and we try to help. And the challenge with this was, to be perfectly honest, is how could we help? People don't realize we house the Civil Air Patrol inside our facility. Their offices are there. They are search and rescue. People don't know that, but they actually operate out of our facility at no cost. We house them. We can move 10,000 pounds of cargo in our aircraft, and our phone does ring, and we can, within 30 minutes, move cargo anywhere within Imperial County and the Eastern Riverside County or Western Riverside County. We leave the search and rescue and all the other stuff to the badge types, but occasionally our phone rings and somebody says, we need your kind of cargo airplane, and we can do that. In this case, the only thing that we could figure out that made sense was to donate the flight time on the aircraft because it had value and it would incentivize people to donate to that program. The program was never intended as direct contributions to residents. It was intended because the people were suffering. They're in mud, they're in water, and everything else was to get them out of the muck and mire over there if we could. And then to your point, Team Rubicon, those are veterans, and most of our cadre are veterans, and veterans tend to run towards the problem. They don't run away from it. They want to be involved. That's part of their training when they were in the military. And I talked to a lot of those folks as well, and the challenge they were having was the heat and the humidity that they weren't ready for in the Coachella Valley. And if we had housed them, it made perfect sense to me when y'all approached me, because they didn't have any hygiene facilities. Where they were filthy when they got done, and if we did put them up, let's say we put them up at Cathedral City High School or whatever, we're going to hose them off in the back when they're done. You know, how are they going to, clean themselves up and go on for another day? I think the value that Team Rubicon provided is much greater than the number that you have. When I ran the numbers, I think it could be as high as $600,000 if you hired private contractors to do that kind of work. And so I think for the value, again, for a program that was never intended to be a direct contribution, it made a lot of sense to use it for that. And we would do it again. We donated the flight time at 100%. The only cost that was taken out of this was the cost for the website to process the cost of the credit cards, but the museum bore 100% of the cost. And we would do it again. The only observation I have, and I was watching that other presentation and being a longtime resident, is it keeps me up at night. If there's anything as policymakers, and I'm not involved in this anymore, so I don't have to do that. Mark's smiling, but the thing that keeps me up at night is if we lose the westbound 10 as an arterial, there's only way out of the valley is Blythe. That's it. And so from a standpoint, and we got lucky with this in that we didn't have a major earthquake and mass casualties. But at that point, the airports and those arterials become incredibly important. So from drainage and that kind of stuff, if not, and emergency folks have told us this for years, we're on our own for a week, 2 weeks. And I don't know that there's any way to fix that. I give you an observation at, $2 billion worth of repairs, but that 10 corridor becomes incredibly important. And if it's interrupted, whether it's water or we have a major earthquake and we lose that westbound corridor, it's scary, and we should do whatever we can to kind of keep that thing open. That's my only observation in all this. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fred. See you Friday.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any members of the public that wish to speak on?
I don't have any requests to speak forms, Mayor, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand.
Any more council comments, or are we ready for a motion? Great. How about a 5-minute break? 5-minute break.
There's a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Lamb, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you. Anybody ready for a 5-minute break? Okay, 5-minute break, and then we'll start in again. Okay, who we got? Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark.
Mark. I looked over at your husband a minute ago, and he was like this. And I said, "You look so sweet," but I knew better. I knew better. But I'm told. I know.
Start the party.
Okay, good. That's all right. That's all right. Thank you so much. We'll now begin the meeting again. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Will the city clerk read the consent agenda items? Thank you.
Hold on. Item number 4A is to receive and file payment of claims and demands for October 2023. Item number 4B is minutes approval of November 8th, 2023. Item number 4C is to rescind Resolution 2022-42 and approve a resolution authorizing the city manager and/or designee to negotiate and execute the necessary Clean Water State Revolving Fund planning grant applications and related documents required for the city's septic to sewer project planning grant. Item number 4D is to approve a contract for services with Conrad Angel Correll as a media personality and Alan Kramer as an accompanying videographer editor. Item number 4E is to accept the California Office of Traffic Safety Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant in the amount of $50,000. And item number 4F is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cathedral City designating holidays on which city public offices shall be closed for calendar year 2024. And that concludes the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a comment on the consent agenda?
I did not receive any requests to speak, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to comment on any of the consent agenda items, please raise your hand.
Are there any comments from council, or are we ready for a motion?
So moved, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Ross and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale, and the motion carries all ayes.
We'll now move to public hearings. Designation of Agnes Pelton Home and Studio as a Class 1 historic site. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy Firestein, our Development Services Director, and his department staffs, the Historic Preservation Commission, is here to present this item. And I believe, I saw Simeon here from the applicant, and John Rivera is here from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you.
Pleased this evening to present the application for the historic designation of the Agnes Pelton Home and Studio. The city's historic preservation ordinance was adopted in November 2022, establishing an application process for historic designation that itself is meant to recognize historical events and people, preserving significant areas and significant buildings within the city which reflect elements of its cultural, social, economic, political, architectural, and archaeological history. It is meant as an avenue to stabilize and improve buildings or structures which are considered to be of historical value, and to promote the use of specific buildings and sites for education. The Historic Preservation Committee conducted public hearings on this particular application on June 20th and October 17th of this year, and both staff and the Historic Preservation Committee recommend to the City Council that the home and property be designated as a Class 1 historical site. A historic site means any property, such as a building or structure, that is determined to be unique or significant. There are 7 broad characteristics to define what is unique or significant. These are listed in the staff report and on the next 2 slides. I've added emphasis to what most closely aligns with the designation of the Agnes Pelton home and property here, and that is the association with a significant person, in this case Agnes Pelton, who's made a very significant contribution to local history and as well as an internationally recognized artist. The balance of those criteria are shown on this slide. In addition to the defining characteristics of a historic site, the code also requires a determination as to whether to define a site as a Class 1, 2, or 3 historic site. The definition of each of these classes is shown on the slide. In application, the class designation defines the findings for a certificate of appropriateness for any future work that may be conducted. Class 1 and 2 designations, for instance, protect character-defining features by requiring a finding that the work does not significantly impact or materially impair a character-defining feature of a historic site, or that the work minimizes the impact as much as possible. A Class 1 designation refers to a historic site that exists as it did during the historical period or is restorable to that condition. In the subsequent slides, I'll note the character-defining elements that remain with the Agnes Pelton home and property, together with the additions and modifications that have been made. While there have been additions and modifications, the structure of the original building remains, and it is potentially restorable at a future point. The Agnes Pelton Home and Studio is located in the Cathedral Cove. It is currently accessed on F Street, although it once was part of a larger property and was accessed from E Street. This was Agnes Pelton Home and Studio from 1937 through 1960. In May of this year, the city received an application from the owner requesting its designation as the city's first historic site. The applicant and property owner and the proponents are much more qualified to speak to Agnes Pelton's significance than I am, but I can share with you that I did read up on Agnes Pelton in preparation for the meeting tonight, and I can say with confidence that she is an internationally recognized transcendentalist painter and is a very significant, she's very significant within the artist community. Pictures on this slide depict the Agnes Pelton home as it existed during the 1930s and 1940s when she made this her home and studio. And if you look at the elements on these pictures, you'll see that they bear very similar resemblance to the home as it exists today. Pictures on this slide are also in your staff report. The applicant has provided multiple photographs to document the current condition of the home. The photograph on the right is among those, which illustrates both the original fireplace and the diamond-scored concrete flooring. As can be seen in the photo on the left, this space was Agnes Pelton's studio. The diamond-scored concrete flooring is also a significant element reflected in her artwork. This is the property as it exists today from F Street, and in the aerial photograph you can see the area that has developed around the home. The applicant's original application was supplemented in August 2023 with a further substantiation of the historical significance of the home. There have been remodels, including those that have altered the kitchen in the 1970s, enclosed a porch, and replaced 4 of the original windows. There have been additions to the property as well, including a pool, meditation garden, and a 2-story guest house. The additions were discussed at the Historic Preservation Committee meeting. The kitchen tile work, while part of a renovation in the 1970s, may have significance in its own right, and the enclosed porch retained the original structural footprint of the porch. While the current owners have not indicated that they plan a restoration, the home and property are restorable to their original condition. Its designation as a historic site creates protections through the Certificate of Appropriateness process that would review future remodels through the lens of historic preservation. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation with the recommendation that Council adopt a resolution designating the property as a Class 1 historic site pursuant to the city's municipal code.
Great. Thank you so much. So this is the part where I open it up for the public hearing, is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure I was clear. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I'll open it up first to council for any questions. Questions? No? Okay. We'll open it up to the public hearing for comments. Thank you.
I do have a request to speak form from John Rivera.
Perfect.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members and staff. Thank you. Here to speak on behalf of the Agnes Pelton application. So I'll start covering a few items. Agnes Pelton was a local artist, an accomplished artist, an artist who's been recognized and honored locally, nationally, and internationally. Her work is authentic, inspiring, and widely celebrated. We are extremely fortunate to be blessed to have an artist of such notoriety and distinction, having been a resident of our community. The home in which she lived, which remains today, is altered but largely intact, and is the home in which much of her work was created. Artists draw from their life experiences, their imaginations, and from their surroundings. I believe it's fair to say that some part of that inspiration came from having lived in our community and from being surrounded by our beautiful desert. That alone is worth celebration and acknowledgement. Now the hard work, the application. The application for this process has been a prolonged and complicated one. Our committee and our application process is new and is still a work in progress with room for improvement. That said, the applicant, Peter Palladino, submitted the application provided to him by the city in good faith that he was following the procedure correctly and to his best ability. Peter Palladino not only provided a completed application, but also an abundance of backup material, photographs of Agnes Pelton's artwork, copies of magazine articles, and books written about Agnes Pelton and her work. I truly believe that for this, our very first application, that there's been substantial information provided in order to make a sound decision on behalf of the applicant. And now, touching a little bit on historic preservation, I've talked about the four methods, but I'm going to try to be really quick. Our adopted municipal code for historic site preservation provides 4 methods of historic preservation. Reconstruction is the method which allows for reconstruction of a largely missing components of the architecture or structure. Renovation is the method which allows for changes to be made to allow for things such as handicap accessibility or air conditioning, other items. Preservation is a method for which the site or structure is preserved from this date and the state in which it exists, including all prior modifications, and is the method which I believe is most fitting of the application. Restoration is a method in which all the changes to the original structure are removed in order to restore the building to its original state, and is the most extreme method of historic preservation. This is not a federal designation. This is not a state designation. It is a local designation. Approval of this application for a local Class 1 designation is entirely at the discretion of City Council, and I highly recommend a Class 1 designation for preservation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Thank you,
I don't
John.
have any other requests to speak forms, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide comments on this item, please raise your hand. Alan?
Alan Carvalho, Cathedral City. Proud to say that I was on that committee, the Historical Preservation Committee, with Mark and Shelley and John and Peter and a couple of other members of the community. And it's important that every city have pride. We have lots of reasons to be proud. One of the things that we don't have a great deal of pride in is our history, our long-term history. We were established in the 80s. We haven't really, many of our historical structures have been knocked down, ripped down in town. And there are a few. And one of the few is the Agnes Pelton home. What's amazing about the building is that anybody could have purchased that building. What happened was the gift to our community was that Peter and Simeon purchased the building. And they were so passionate about the history. We wanted to preserve it. 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 We wanted to pre Many of us didn't even know who she was or that she lived here. So what an honor that they would come to our city as new residents and to give us the gift of our own history. So we are obligated to give them back our honor for their presence. And what harm is there in not embracing the beauty of that structure? We've had the Public Arts Commission, which I was proud to be on with Sue Townsley. We would actually fund the events of home tours, and we had thousands of people coming through. They started the Street Blade, which her street, that street, is honored with her name. And we continue that tradition with Tim Townsley and many other artists, so that the Cove becomes a place of history that we honor. And again, it brings tourism, it brings pride into our community. All because we just recognize our own history. A family is proud when he finds out about our history as a family. The city has the same benefit of getting caught up and recapturing the pride of our city. She chose this place to come, and what magnificent work that was inspired by her living here. And of course, when she lived here, there were virtually no other buildings around, so the view that she had from her home was captured in her work. So I encourage us to move this forward as a proud city, like many other cities, and just say yes to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Public comments?
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to provide comments on this item? I see no hands.
At this time, I will close the public hearing. Any other comments from council? We're ready for a motion. Oh, here we go.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great. I think this is a wonderful contribution. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next item, Zoning Ordinance Amendment 23-001, an amendment to Chapter 9.114, Accessory Dwelling Units.
Thank you,
Am I on
Mayor.
the correct line? Okay, there we go.
Members of the council, Sandra Molina, our Deputy Director of Development Services, will present this item. We're sort of catching up to mandates that were placed by the state legislature so that our zoning ordinance will match with the requirements of state law, and Sandra will explain this item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. It's been a while since I've been before the City Council, so I'm excited about that. As indicated by the City Manager, this is a zoning ordinance amendment regarding ADUs. And just a brief refresher on the types of permitted ADUs that are allowed. This is consistent with state law as well, as we updated our code last year. But an ADU is defined as an attached or detached residential unit that provides complete independent living facilities and is located on a lot with a proposed or existing primary residential unit. A junior ADU is a unit with no more than 500 square feet, and it's contained entirely within the existing or proposed home. ADUs are allowed in any residential zone on a lot that's developed or may be developed. And Development Services has permitted both ADUs and junior ADUs over the last year or so. The majority have been added an ADU where there's already a house, but we are getting a lot of tentative tract maps that we're looking at or plan checks for master communities that are proposing both the primary residential unit and an ADU. So we're seeing a little bit of both coming down the pike here. And these are just some photographs just to give the City Council an idea. So the photograph on the top is a primary dwelling. It's showing a junior ADU on the top level, which is fine because it's within the enclosed home, and then a detached ADU in the rear yard, which is the majority of what we see. On the bottom left is on the very right hand is an attached ADU, just a depiction. In the middle lot's a detached ADU, and then you have over on the very left, which is a corner lot with a garage on the side. That garage is a conversion, so that's permissible as well. And on the bottom right is an example of a home that took a portion of the existing main dwelling and made it a junior ADU, no more than 500 square feet. And then in the rear, again, a conversion of an ADU. And this one on the right, just to give a depiction to the city council, a home, a single-family lot could have a primary dwelling unit, a junior ADU, and an ADU, so essentially 3 dwelling units. And so that's just to give, again, a little primer.
I had just had one. So what is the difference between an ADU and a home with a casita? Because I see that advertised in the real estate section. They say casita. Is that the same thing? Is it just that vocabulary?
I think it is a matter of semantics. For purposes of planning, it is if it has independent living facilities, a kitchen. The kitchen's really the big trigger. So if it has a kitchen, it's an ADU.
Okay, thank you.
So our ADUs are regulated by the state, and the city can establish some local regulations, but we have to be consistent with the law. Chapter 9.114 of our existing municipal code, which we adopted just last year in 2022, is consistent with state law at that time, but we do need to update it because there's been some additional laws passed in the beginning of the year. The Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing earlier this month, and did recommend that the City Council adopt a proposed ordinance. So these are some laws that were adopted in the beginning of the year by the state, SB 897 and AB 2221. And they did make numerous changes, increases in maximum building height, allowances to setbacks, lot coverages, a bunch of technical changes. And also one of the things they made clear is that the cities can only impose objective design standards, and those are standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment and are uniformly verifiable, and it's knowable by both the development community and public officials. There is also some new legislation just signed into law just last month or in October. And one is AB 1332. Now, this does not require any changes to the regulations that are proposed before the City Council, but what this does, again, to facilitate ADU development, it requires by 1/1/2025 that jurisdictions allow a contractor to submit ADU plans that then become standard plans, and the city then is obligated to post those plans on the city's website along with contractor information. That allows a resident or property owner then to identify the plans they like for an ADU and use that same set as part of their submittal. So again, just facilitating that process. Assembly Bill 1033, now this is a little different. This is not a mandate. It's an option for the city, and that's to allow condominium maps to be filed on properties with ADU. So then, potentially, if there's 3 dwelling units on that home, because you have an ADU, a junior ADU, you could file a condominium and separately convey those units. We're not proposing any changes related to that. That, I think, is a future discussion for the city to look at. And then there's Assembly Bill 976, which prohibits a local agency from putting occupancy or owner occupancy restrictions on ADUs. Currently, on a junior ADU, our code does allow us to put a restriction on owner occupancy on one of those 2 units, but based on this law, we can no longer do that, so we're updating our code to do that. The attachments in the staff report provided more detail. Here, I'll briefly just discuss a few changes. We are adding definitions of what an attached accessory dwelling unit is and a detached accessory dwelling unit. We also are proposing to either revise definitions, delete definitions, or otherwise make changes that have any bearing or relevance to owner occupancy restrictions. We can't do that, so we're getting rid of those, the language that might have those provisions. Now, this is really the heart of really what we're doing when we're looking at ADUs. And this, again, are revisions related to objective standards. So right now, building height in our code is limited to 16 feet based on these changes. Depending on whether it's a detached or attached, height can be between 16 feet and 25 feet. Setbacks between structures can be 5 feet. Locations, also with respect to placement and setbacks, lot coverage, and parking. What I will say about these changes, they don't substantially change how we review and approve ADUs today. The one caveat that is different is that our current regulations require that an ADU is located in the rear or within the side yard of a home. The law has changed, and it wants to make sure that at least an 800 square foot ADU can be constructed, and if it can't fit in the backyard, then we do have to allow some provision to allow it within the front yard. And so that's the one difference that we do see. However, the majority of what we do find is that people want to build them in the backyard. That's where they have the most room. And so we don't anticipate.
And the setbacks in front yards are usually far greater than they are in, so are we still maintaining a larger setback from the street?
So
if we allow one in the front?
It depends. Well, these provisions would allow an ADU, if it can't fit in the backyard, at least an 800 square foot one can't fit in the backyard, and if it can be accommodated in the front yard within that setback, we have to allow it.
Okay.
My God.
Yeah.
But the setback still remains. So they can't build one that's basically comes out towards the street.
They could encroach into that setback.
They could.
They could.
Oh,
They could.
That could get
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Is that, and that's required by the state law, right?
That is.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I'm not sure how much we'll see of that. Most folks do want to put it in the back. These revisions are staff-initiated revisions. This is just to facilitate, again, development. There was a restriction that the ADU entrance had to be on the side or the rear. We're removing that. There are limitations on how big an ADU can be, and we were counting covered porches and balconies towards that coverage, the square footage of the home. But it just didn't make sense. It precludes an amenity that could otherwise be provided for the residents of that ADU. And with that, that was just a brief discussion of our proposed changes. Again, this ordinance is in keeping with how we're doing business today. It's not substantially different than that. So with that, I would recommend that the City Council introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 9.114, accessory dwelling units of Title IX of the city's municipal code, and provide first reading by title only and waive further reading. I'm also available to respond to comments.
Great. Thank you, Sandra. Any questions from council? Okay, let me move this over here. And Councilmember Ross. We all have something. Yes, that's all right.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
And thank you so much for your presentation. Near and dear to my heart. A couple years ago, I did a whole year with the Housing Policy Leadership Academy through the state, and it was grueling, but we got some good work done, and a lot of it was on ADUs. My whole group did ADUs, and I can't take much credit for this, but at the time, Eric, who was the development director for Desert Hot Springs, he and his team put together 4 ADUs that were already custom made. So anybody who wanted to use them, they'd meet all of the laws, and they're more than willing to share them with us. So it's worth a telephone call or a look on the internet, and it might be, I looked at them, I thought they were amazing, and some are smaller and some are bigger, but they're all within the laws, and it definitely is applying to this 1332 that's going to require us to offer some of those prefabbed designs for people so that they can get right going. And, it may be something you don't like, but it might just be something that fell right in your lap. Thank you.
Look at that.
And Councilmember Gregory. Thank you.
And you may have mentioned this, but I didn't hear you, so I want to make sure that that we put on the record or part of the discussion that the changes still prohibit an ADU being a short-term vacation rental. Is that correct?
That is in the regulations. You cannot short-term rent an ADU.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there a parking situation that comes with this? I mean, if it's 800 square feet, possibly 2, or even 500 feet, or 500 square feet, 2 people could live in it. And if there's already, 3, 4 cars there, there's another 2 cars. Is this in the street? Is that it?
So again, the state law, in order to facilitate ADU development, to create housing, does limit how much parking can be required for an ADU. So in some instances, it's one. Not trying to get too much into the weeds, but if it's a new home being proposed with an ADU, state law says you don't have to park for the ADU. So those are just the regulations we have to live by.
Okay, and then there's regulations for heating and air conditioning too, right? I mean, they just can't put up four walls and a roof without proper air conditioning, heating. Is there guidelines?
They would have to meet the structural building code requirements for those type of facilities. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And Councilman Gutierrez.
Now, when an applicant submits an application for an ADU, is there going to be an additional sewer fee to that application from for instance, the Coachella Valley Water District?
I don't know the answer to that question with regard to what the utility company would require.
Okay.
I can get that information and forward it to you.
Yes, and also, can the homeowner get a separate meter, electric meter, and also gas meter?
Our ordinance would not preclude that. So they could if they wanted to.
They're good, okay. Now, if they wanted to, and the utility company will be okay with that?
And if the utility company allows it, then yes.
Okay. And now, the setbacks, you mentioned that in the front of the property, they could actually encroach into the 20-foot setbacks, correct?
Yes.
If they cannot build in the rear.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Wow. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? At this time, I will open the public hearing for comments. Thank you, Sandra.
I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment on this item, Mr. Hagedorn?
Mayor, council members, ADUs, exciting talk for contractors. It's almost talking dirty to us.
Lift it up a little, we can hardly, there you go.
Anyway,
Talk about talking dirty, we have to hear you.
I was just for future references, if you guys ever want looked into, the city of San Diego has some fantastic programs about ADUs because they have a major housing problems being closed in and can't go anywhere. So what they did is, if you get the permit to build an ADU and you make it a low income housing, you automatically get a second unit approved that you then can build. It's a great way to bring low income housing into a city. Just as future ideas, they have a lot of other programs, too much for me to say in 3 minutes, but might be something worth looking at it. And I can answer your question. ADUs in the past had to have their own meters, own electric, own gas, and also their own hookups. Under the new laws, they don't need none of that anymore.
Oh.
So,
They don't even have to have their own driveway.
I'm sorry?
They don't even have to have their own driveway.
They
That
don't
used to
have their
be-
own driveway, and legal street parking is included in the parking spaces. So, thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
I don't believe so, Mayor. I don't
No?
see any
All
other
right,
hands.
great. At this time, I will close the public hearing. Are there any other comments from council? Are we ready for a motion?
Did you all vote? Because my screen totally went away. Can we do it one more time? I apologize. I don't know what happened. So we have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Lamb, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you. And now on to legislative items.
Mayor, I need to read the title of the ordinance.
Thank you.
So this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cathedral City, California, amending Chapter 9.114 of Title 9 of the Cathedral City Municipal Code and finding that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA review pursuant to California Public Resources Code Section 21080.17 and CEQA Guideline 15061B3. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. You are wonderful. Legislative actions. Item A, Sarah Street Area Assessment District Formation Project, Phase 2A approval. And I will recuse myself.
Mayor,
at this time.
I will be recusing myself from this item as my family trust has a financial interest in property in the area.
And I will be recusing myself also for the same reason.
Okay, then Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, this is an item that you have considered in study session just a couple of weeks ago and provided direction to the staff to proceed with. So this is the next step in that. And Andrew Lee from our Engineering and Public Works Department will present this item. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Tonight I'll be presenting the Phase 2A approval for the Sarah Street Area Assessment District Formation Project. Starting off with background, in January of this year, City Council approved the agreement with Woodard and Curran to complete the initial outreach, or Phase 1, of the Sarah Assessment District Formation Process Project, which we'll just refer to as Project now. A couple weeks ago on November 8th, Woodard and Curran and city staff presented the results of the Phase 1 outreach and introduced Phase 2A for the project. So the locations for the Phase 2A, shown on the left on the image here, is the Agua Caliente Trail area, which is zoned as a community business park and is currently undeveloped. The second area is the Sarah Street area, shown on the right, and that area is developed and is zoned for planned community commercial. The final area is the Bachner property. That's approximately 29 acres and is currently zoned for multifamily residential. Just want to make a note that Lakeview Villas was considered to be included for this assessment district project in Phase 1. Right now, Lakeview Villas is part of the Clean Water State Revolving Fund application, and so they have been removed from this phase. Here's the flow chart for the assessment district formation process. Phase 1 was completed. It was the outreach. Phase 2 has been modified to be 2 phases now, Phase 2A and 2B. So Phase 2A will include conceptual design, preliminary cost estimates, including the potential cost per property, a community meeting to present potential costs, and a poll to determine if there is still interest. So city staff solicited informal proposals from specialty consulting companies to move forward into Phase 2A. The city received 3 proposals, and Willdan Engineering from industry had the lowest proposal at $49,300. So the fiscal impact would include Willdan Engineering's costs and a 15% contingency, bringing the total project cost and a budget amendment required in the amount of $56,695. So with that, city staff requests for the city council to approve a professional services agreement with Willdan Engineering, approve a 15% contingency, bringing the total design budget to $56,695, authorize the city manager to execute the contract documents, and authorize a general fund budget amendment in the amount of $56,695. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Great for doing that. Council, any questions?
I do have a question. Thank you for the presentation, Andrew. My question is, during this process, Phase 2A, is this where you're going to be exploring that if there's grants, commercial or business grants available for property owners who will build a property that will house and actually provide employment?
So that currently, as I mentioned, the city is in the process of receiving the Clean Water State Revolving Fund grant, which only applies to residential areas. City staff does not know of any grants for businesses, but we can definitely look into that. We have also scheduled a meeting with the two major proponents for this project to discuss any potential grants that they may know of.
Okay, and you will also be contacting Desert Water District to see if they know of any available grants for this type of assessment district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment for this item, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Ready to vote?
I throw my pen around. I think so. Thanks, John.
Let me
So
go
you,
get,
Mark, you've got to vote.
we did already.
Just has Ernesto and Nancy.
So there, I apologize, my thing is glitching here. There is a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Councilmember Ross, and the motion carries 3-0.
Tracy, it's gone back to asking us for a second.
Just ignore it.
All right.
It's glitching for me here.
Pay attention to that. We did.
And now we're on
7B.
approval of PAC funding request for Youth Training Orchestra's Chamber Concert Series. Am I on the right? Okay, good. Got it.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, this item does come to you as a recommendation from the Public Arts Commission. Ann Ambrose staffs the Public Arts Commission and will present this item. And I believe that the applicant is here tonight as well.
He is. So good evening again, Mayor and Council. So the item before you is to consider a funding request that came to the Public Arts Commission. And staff received this request via email from Mr. Nunzio Sisto of the Coachella Valley Youth Training Orchestras Organization, which is a local 501c3. And the request was to sponsor a chamber music concert series here in Cathedral City. The organization had previously presented a piano festival through an organization named the CB Philharmonic last year, and this was at the Palm Springs Cultural Center. And Mr. Sisto's desire is to bring a series here in Cathedral City that would provide 12 concerts annually to be performed at the Mary Pickford Theater. He's also looking to potentially, in his discussions at the Public Arts Commission, potentially bringing other types of programming, like off-Broadway theatrical performances, also to Mary Pickford. The organization's primary fundraising to support the series is through the sale of subscriptions. So interested party could purchase a subscription that would cover the tickets for one concert per month, plus some other bonus perks of that. And then ticket sales would also contribute to covering the cost of the series. When Mr. Sisto presented to the Public Arts Commission, his desire was to look for sponsorship up front so that the program can get its legs and get off the ground, and that would be then fully supported by other donations and through the subscriptions. So his discussion with the Public Arts Commission was this would be a one-time funding request. He is requesting a $10,000 allocation from the Art and Public Places Fund to sponsor the first 5 concerts in the series. This would cover approximately $2,000 per concert for the acts that would be performing. Additionally, there is intention to charge a ticket price for these concerts, being proposed as $42, $35, or $30, depending on the location within the Pickford and in the seating. Youth training orchestra has also offered to provide 10 to 20 free seats to the city as long as there's a program that could be developed to get them filled. And this wasn't something that we discussed further at the Public Arts Commission. Mr. Sisto and I had a conversation about this today, and if this item is approved by the council, this is something that he and I will work on with the Public Arts Commission to come up with a program to make sure that if there are young individuals in the community that wish to have that exposure to chamber music or others that need to take advantage of a free seat, that those would have an easy mechanism to be available. And while the dates of the performance haven't completely been finalized, what they're looking at is targeting the first Sundays of the month at 1 p.m. starting in February. This item was considered by the Public Arts Commission at their regularly scheduled meeting on November 14th, and the commission voted unanimously to recommend the item to the City Council. The Art in Public Places Fund would be utilized to support this request. The PAC has the discretion to program up to 30% of the total available funds for art education. Currently, the amount that is eligible for arts education is $69,787.41. And currently, just as an aside note to the council, there's currently $237,791.36 available for art acquisition. Additionally, in this funding, there is a reserve requirement that the council has imposed on this, so there's about a $100,000 reserve, as well as the city budget's about $40,000 annually for any kind of major maintenance for the current collection. And so the staff is recommending the Public Arts Commission's recommendation to the City Council, and this aligns with the city's strategic goals of creating an embracing, inclusive community. The objective of creating a community that welcomes and embraces diversity, has an abundance of high-quality housing options and vibrant businesses, attractive, well-maintained neighborhoods, and issues of homelessness and others are thoughtfully and compassionately addressed. And specifically under this item is action item F12, the continuing to facilitate the attraction and promotion of community events which celebrate our diversity, builds a cohesive community, and supports local businesses. And Mr. Sisto is here this evening, so if there's any specific questions that you have of him and his desires for this programming, he is here to answer any questions as well.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to open this up to council. Let me see here. And the first question, Councilman Gregory, thank you.
So while I appreciate somebody bringing some type of artistic endeavor to our city, I guess I just don't see the connection with this particular, well, a couple of things. I don't see the connection with this particular group, I guess, with Cathedral City. It's not been clear to me how having this at the Mary Pickford somehow expands and educates our public about art. And then secondly, the amount of money doesn't compute to me because $10,000 is a substantial amount of money. I don't know if we've ever given that through public arts education. But it doesn't compute to maybe 10 or 20 tickets, because at the highest amount that he proposes to sell the tickets, it looks to me like that would be like 238 tickets at $42 for $10,000. So I don't see, we're supposed to be stewards of this money to make sure it's going to the appropriate purpose of expanding the art knowledge of our residents, and also that it's open to the public, and that it makes sense financially, I guess I would say. So is there more to this story that I'm missing?
Well, before I turn it over to Mr. Sisto, I can speak a little bit to it. So the payment would, basically the $10,000 would pay for the act that would be performing, so about $2,000 per concert. In addition to that, what was being proposed is giving 10 to 12 or 10 to 20 or whatever the amount is of tickets that would be available free to the public. Per performance? Per performance. Yes.
Oh, so it would be a total of 100 tickets if we did 20. So
Yeah.
there's still, the math works out better that way, but
Yeah, so 10 to 20 per show.
it's still like, what, $100 a ticket is what we're proposed, the value that we're proposed to get out of this?
If you're looking at it just based on the free ticket price, but also just that it is an event, a different event that is not currently in our community, that the public arts funds have funded other musical type of performances before, and so this would be a request that would fund another type of musical performance.
So there
here
is
in our
chamber music available in the valley here. I didn't do research to see what was available here. So again, maybe somebody can clarify why this is a unique type value to Cathedral City that we would use public arts education funds on, and any more that maybe the applicant has as to why that dollar amount actually somehow computes, because I hear what you're saying, that $10,000 would pay to bring the acts, but the proposal, it was they would sell tickets on top of that. So then, why isn't that paying to bring the acts? We have many performances here, all kinds of art, theatrical art. We have music performances as part of our festivals, those type of things. I've never heard a proposal to use public arts education funds to pay for that because it happens to be music or theater. We have participated on some limited things where members of the public were then able to go be educated as part of the performance, but I don't see any of that in here, so I'm just at a loss.
Well, one of the most recent approvals that the council did for public arts funding was for a jazz series at the senior center. And so that wasn't the kind of, I guess, educational component was that there was an opportunity for those to be videotaped, but it was just a musical performance. And city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, that the ordinance is very broad in terms of what constitutes arts education. That is performance. It's not necessarily just the creation of art, or we have the Old Gaze that was also approved for that book reading. Was another action that the council has taken to approve. So,
but with both those were with free public access, and there weren't additional tickets being sold. For those, and they were to bring some unique things associated with the city. So I'm with you, and I'm in favor of broad ordinances, but that's when it comes down to the council, though, to weigh and say, well, hey, does this make sense? And that it follows the spirit of what the council is trying to promote and makes financial sense also. So thank you.
The Public Arts Commission did talk about the amount. The chair did have some comments about the total amount because it was a large request for the Public Arts Commission, but ultimately the commission voted unanimously to make that recommendation to you. To speak to the content of it or the type of act, I would really recommend Mr. Sisto to come up and address the council and talk to you about the proposal.
Great. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to think of this project not as a chamber music project, but as an economic development project. Very quickly about myself, I graduated high school a year early. I went to work for Bank of New York. When I graduated Juilliard and Mannes, I went to work for Smith Barney. Unfortunately, that was 2008, so it didn't last very long. And then I went to work for Morgan Stanley. I was a licensed financial representative that worked on three teams that worked about $1 billion. So when I left Morgan Stanley, my goal was to create arts organizations that were self-sustaining. I don't want to be here asking for money. And if I am going to ask for money, it's going to be once, and I'm not going to come back. So the purpose of this is this funds youth training orchestras. So instead of me going around and constantly asking people for money, buy a ticket to the Chamber Series, and those profits are why we're every Saturday morning at the Pickford running a youth orchestra right now. And this is our 3rd year in the Valley. Can't really say 4th year, because the 4th year we were getting started.
A little slower. What are you doing at the Pickford right now?
9 to 11 every Saturday morning, we have a youth orchestra. It's a small group doing chamber music because there's stratification that's important in education. So if you have, I don't want to say high level, but if you have music that takes a lot of time to prepare as opposed to other types, it's like sports. You have different levels of teams to inspire kids to work harder. So I do a finishing program. I went to the Juilliard Pre-College, and I was able to take Juilliard classes for 3 years in high school, and it just put me on a different path, got me out of Staten Island, and created the life I live.
All right, so that's much more interesting. So you're saying right now, every Saturday, you're there with a youth orchestra, and you're rehearsing, and these would be the performances?
No. So those are my kids. I hire professionals, and instead of doing just asking for money by buying a ticket to my chamber series, you've now funded my youth orchestra. And this is perpetual, so this
So for
chamber
this
series will
fund,
keep
it would
going.
seem like, well, again, if there was a lot of Cathedral City residents involved in your youth orchestra, it would seem like the city might look at funding your youth orchestra either through that or through another grant.
Well, I don't-
But
that's
for
the
this
point.
type of funding to be paying for a performance of professional people,
Mm-hmm.
then with or without some tickets where the public can go see it, you see what I'm saying? I'm kind of at a loss. That's not what we usually do with this money.
No, but so like when you set up a statue, you're getting something permanent. I'm setting up something permanent. There's not just 5 concerts. These 5 concerts let me restart the series that I have, and once I get to 30% ticket sales, these concerts keep happening. So the question is, do you want the community of Cathedral City to have extended access to the top musicians in LA and San Diego coming here, so families don't have to pay for gas, don't have to go all the way to the city? They can have that experience right here, and we can also provide it for free for students and families. Now, arts can't function for free, so by selling the subscription series, those who can afford it are paying for a youth orchestra, those who can afford it are making this available every month in perpetuity. And once this gets rolling, as I have a track record at the Palm Springs Cultural Center, there are a lot of other ancillary projects that come from this. The youth orchestra does an original ballet every year. So I take piano pieces, like Grieg's piano pieces, I pick something like the Pied Piper, and I orchestrate the pieces. This is done. So when I find a dance troupe, I'm gonna come back and ask for use of the amphitheater, and you're gonna have an original youth ballet. That's huge amount of economic development, and that's national grants. I also have my youth orchestra in Staten Island. I have a $10,000 ask at the Staten Island Borough President's Office for the same program, because I've done this for them before, pre-COVID. And it's the same thing. Until COVID hit, we ran. So the $10,000 is not just 5 concerts. What it's saying is you're making a permanent investment in the city so that every month you're having chamber music that's on the level of Los Angeles and San Diego. So that's going to draw people in. Our 3-day piano festival made a decent amount of money, but most importantly, it was educational. We had a harpsichord, we had a transitional piano, and we had a modern piano. So the Piano Plus was taking the audience through the evolution of the instrument. We have someone in Palm Springs who has 7 harpsichords. He's an amazing musicologist. He's on our series. So this is not just sit and play. We have slides above, and I could show you pictures. It's a lecture series where we talk about the piece, we educate the audience can talk directly to the musicians, there's question and answer. If you go to LA and you go to the Disney concert, you can't ask a question of the first oboe player. So we completely break down those walls, and that's what people love. We had a quartet of female low brass players, 4 ladies, they all had PhDs, they're lower brass players. That's not really something you ever see. That's a great inspiration to young women, to come here and to see these ladies who have worked so hard on something. The reason the price tag is high is because, again, these are 4 people with PhDs. And they played for as low as they can, but they're coming in from outside. And the point of this is not just our community. Other people are going to come here now. So the local restaurants, they're going to get a whole nother seating. The Mary Pickford, we're going to be driving a lot more foot traffic there because of all of this. So when I want to do the ballet, when I want to do the off-Broadway, now working with CV Rep, we're creating almost a Broadway row out here where in addition to their shows, I now have 2 small shows going. So the options are much more. Did you see the CV Rep show? I did. You're out for the next couple weeks till the next show comes. I have 2 other shows. So when we're in season, all this stuff plays together. And from the Cultural Center, I had the subscriptions to carry it. I don't have that guest list. So what I'm asking for is if you give me the ability to restart this series keeps going. And in perpetuity, once I get the subscriptions restated, this goes. The first concert is February, and I'll offer all of you if you'd like to come. I'm personally financing it, and it's a harp and clarinet duet. The clarinet player is local. He grew up here. His family is a family of contractors, also a Juilliard guy. So it's hiring people. The violist wasn't able to make it, but a violist and cellist live in the Cove. They're former LA Opera, LA Symphony players, and I hire them. So I am hiring local people We do have students from the area, and we're going to be working more with Cathedral City High School as we grow the program. So I think overall what we're looking at is, do we want to start to build our downtown area to look more like a Lincoln Center, where we're offering this high-end stuff, and there are some chamber music, but not what I do and not as frequently as I do. There's one or two that do one-offs, and they're very high ticket. They're not educational in any way. It's sit and be quiet and listen. There's no, this is the composer, do you want to talk to me, do you want to come touch the harpsichord? That doesn't happen. That's what we do, and that's where you break down the walls, and that's when you have that kid who sees the trombone quartet and their brain explodes, and then we have a young entrepreneur born. Because if they're not driving to LA and they're not driving to San Diego, when are they going to get that?
All right, and I don't mean to, it's part of our job to be very conservative with the city's money, and people can come in and they can make requests and make promises, you know, forecasts, we'll call them forecasts. They can forecast, this is what's going to happen if you make an investment in a chunk of money.
May I ask, were you provided with any videos of my previous?
No, we'll just have what you have, what's right here. So, but that wouldn't change necessarily the firmness of the forecast of what might happen. You know what I'm saying? If we do this, it's going to be a series. You're going to stay at the Mary Pickford. It's going to, you know, all those things are possible. I have no reason to doubt you, and I'm not trying to doubt you or insult you at all or anything. But you understand that, you know, a lot of people come and have things they would do. And then the other part is this is kind of a different kind of fund of money, because we do pay for festivals and other events during the year out of other monies. This has always been, this has to be more towards you're educating our Cathedral City public on something. So, and that it needs to kind of equate out. So that's where I'm like, I don't, especially where this, maybe there would be a number of tickets, I don't know. And, you know, it's like, well, how is our local Cathedral City public going to benefit? And economic development is great, but that's actually, we're not weighing that here, because this is not to try to build, this fund does not build economic development. This is not an economic development fund. This is a art education fund. So how is this going to educate our public? That's what we as a council have to say, we think that all weighs out.
If I may, I don't know if it's too late, but I can forward you, I do have videos showing the educational portion of our previous
That's
concert.
why I said that part's much more appealing if we had more information. But
unfortunately, Dr. Metz is in LA, but I can bring him back to meet with the council. I mean, he's one of the world's leading experts on keyboards. Last Friday night, I brought our YTO pianist to his house with his parents, and he got to try 7 different pianos with Charles explaining down to, he cuts crow feathers to make the quills for the harpsichord. So there's there are people out here. That's what I'm trying to bring to the public. Who else is going to educate the public about the history of the piano? We did it last year, and we could do it again this year.
All right. Well, thank you. I think I'm done with my question. We'll see if anybody else has any questions.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ross.
Hi, Nuncio. How are you?
Doing well.
So I think I have a one-up in some of my fellow council members, because I've known you for about a year now. And I have heard you play. I think you're amazing. But I've also had feedback from people that I value, like Ted at the Mary Pickford, who was just over the moon excited to have you come in and do a series there. And I remember the 3 of us, sat and talked about it one time. And the idea that you call this a training orchestra says to me that there is an educational component, that the kids are, that you are priming them. Every artist is being primed by a Juilliard graduate who knows a lot about music and will escalate their value to the city, which I also think there just can't be enough art in the city. And after all, we are the city where art lives. So I want to tell you that I thank you for coming tonight and for applying for this. And I guess we'll vote and find out in a minute.
All right, if I may leave you with one last comment.
Oh, no, I think you have other questions.
We have more
don't we?
questions.
Oh, keep them coming.
And Councilman Carnevale.
Thank you.
I mean,
do you work for the Cathedral City High School?
No. I'm a separate nonprofit, but we're reaching out to them too.
Okay, because we did something like this similar a year or so ago with the Cathedral City Senior Center. We just threw away money. They came here with the same old, it's education, UCLA, thousands of people are going to hear it. maybe 25 people showed up. So how are you going to market this to let people know you're here? If you're using $10,000 to pay your musicians,
The first
how are
concert,
you marketing something like this?
the first concert that we already have booked regardless of this funding is February 18th at 1 p.m. That's kind of the restarting. I've reached out. I had a previous subscription series of 50. The only reason it ended was because I moved locations. Out of respect, I don't have access to that email list. So once I restart that, that's more than enough to keep this going. So we're using the first one, and I'm contacting those people to let them know that subscriptions are available. Also, because we're working with the Pickford, they have about 500,000 people walk through that building every year. We will have full signage, and I don't want to say this because we're not official, but we're going to be working towards creating a Coachella Valley Cultural Center, and all these projects will be housed at the Pickford in a third party. So I have their weight behind me because it's in their best interest to make this happen. They want to see more stuff happen there, and again, I would only need about 30% of my tickets sold to cover costs. The Pickford is okay with not taking money. So if they're willing to not take a rental fee just for whatever sales come in from food and bev, I think that's a good sign that we have some community support to make this happen.
Okay, I'll make my decision.
And Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you tell us what instruments do you play?
I don't play guitar.
Everything else. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Great. So I had some questions just kind of in the weeds here about how it's structured. It says here, according to Mr. Sister, last year they presented a concert series at the Palm Springs Cultural Center under the name CV Philharmonic. They are desiring to move. So are you the CV Philharmonic? Is that
There
how?
was
I'm trying to read
concern
the
that
sentence.
calling it YTO would make people think it was children performing, and we have to let people know these are highly trained professionals, because if YTO has a concert, that's my students. The title was missing a word. It should be the YTO Mentors Chamber Series, and the word mentor is meant to tell people these are professional musicians, as opposed to if you're coming to see just the youth orchestra perform. So that's why I had that separate name. However, for branding, we think we should keep everything because it directly funds the youth orchestra.
Okay. Okay, so there.
It is me.
Well, there are just two levels of it.
Yeah.
You know, there are the young, the youth, and then there this concert series that you want.
Yeah, so basically, concert series funds the youth orchestra.
Okay.
That's its purpose. So when that's running, I don't need to fundraise for the youth orchestra because that covers our rent.
And this, I have no doubt about your expertise. I heard you playing the harp out there. I mean, it was just, I wanted to leave the door open. It was just fabulous. So that is not the thing. I have a question long-term about even this, it has nothing to do with you or this particular incident, but the structuring of the, you know, having this, the description of what we fund, what the Public Arts Commission funds over the long term and the broad view of it, I'm beginning to have, you know, concerns about, because these are developers' fees. This has nothing to do with you. These are developers' fees, and the developers are making a commitment and taking a chance on Cathedral City, and our part of it is to, you know, elevate the look of Cathedral City, you know, trash cans, illegal dumping, whatever, monuments that show you're in Cathedral City, good signage, you know, happy benches in front of the library. That's what that money is for. So I know we have the 30%, but I see in incidences going forward that this is problematic, because I would have a tough time as whether I'm mayor or council or a resident saying to a developer, you know, I know you want beautiful benches, and I know you want pilasters along the new bridge, but we're going to have a concert series. And he's taking a chance on us. So, and I know that adds to the, I know the whole thing adds to the beauty of Cathedral City, because I'm a former principal, and, you know, singing, dancing, reading, we do it all, you know, so I get that. But I just see, in the bigger picture, I have to really look at this myself.
So
going
may I
forward.
ask, would having this level of musician, are we counting the extra people coming into town and buying dinners? Are we counting the tax revenue that I'm
Because
generating through this
this fund
project?
is not for that. This
Hmm?
fund is not for that.
That's not, it's not,
No, I understand that, but my point is if I had come to you with a lesser ask just to do 5 concerts and that be it, would that seem more responsible as a citizen as opposed to me saying, if we do this amount, I could be going for 3 to 4 years? And as opposed to track record, I have the videos of,
Right.
me having a successful
right.
thing at the
And
cultural
honestly,
center.
this is really not about you, and that's a separate issue. I'm
Sure.
just thinking about myself, as a steward of taxpayer dollars and developers' fees, how I want to look at, my vote and my energy going forward. So that's a separate thing.
Mayor, is this something that, yeah, that is on.
I just,
I totally agree.
this,
Just to give 10K.
My mic's not working.
and I totally respect the Public Arts Commission, and they spent a lot of time in this issue, and they are behind this, and they love you, and that's wonderful. So, and they are volunteers in the community and volunteered to hear all the discussions about it. So I totally respect them and their decision. So I'm just thinking,
Mayor, I'm wondering if
random
this is,
thoughts.
So, in addition to the proposal before you tonight, there has been an uptick in requests to the Public Arts Commission for funding for educational type of events. So there were there was one actually that was forwarded from the council members that were considering the community grants program that the City Council had approved. And so we have one that'll be coming before the Public Arts Commission next week, and that is, or I'm sorry, at their next meeting, that is related to a request from a series of artists over in the Perez Art District. There is a request that Commissioner Herrera is asking to be brought forward that is a funding request for transportation costs for some students to go to a concert in San Francisco. So there's been kind of an uptick in these kinds of requests. I'm wondering if it's something that the council wishes staff to bring back a study session item to talk about whether there is some different direction on the use of the Arts and Public Places funds to maybe more focus on the acquisition of art versus programming. And I think that's been something that is modulated over times. I think there, has been, updates to the ordinance that has, at one time given it much broader sort of scope and use. So I don't, if council wishes staff to bring that back to kind of have a different discussion about it, certainly we can put something together to bring back.
Would you, I could revisit that. I'd love to have a discussion, because I just know that, what I would sit there with a developer saying, I expect the city to look beautiful. I want a signage. I want this.
Well, we don't want them to go to all the trouble and bring things forward, go look at them and bring things forward that aren't really, that may be legally, in a very broad sense, able to squeeze it in the definition, but aren't really what the fund was intended for. And so it puts us in the position after they've spent all that time and effort and have an applicant of saying, well, it's not really what this fund is for, at least not what it was intended for. So I make a motion that this item be moved back to the Public Arts Commission, and they specifically look at how this provides an activity that expands the awareness, knowledge, and understanding, appreciation, or familiarity of members of the public with the art, the specific art, and also look at the financial part and the public access parts, and maybe reevaluate those as to how that is the appropriate use of public funds.
I agree. I would second that. Go ahead, second. Yes. Mark, Mayor Pro Tem seconded. I agree.
So we'll bring this back to the next, the November Public Arts Commission meeting for further discussion. I'm sorry. Or December. My apologies.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree.
And Mr. Sisto, if I may say.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Let's take a vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to do it on the line or verbal?
Verbal.
You want to do a roll call vote? So we have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yes.
Councilmember Ross?
I prefer not to, but I'm going to lose, so all right, all right.
Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale?
Aye.
Mayor Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carries all ayes.
I think we all want to express that it sounds very interesting what you're doing. And I would like to know more about your February concert that you're going to do anyways, because I would certainly like to buy a ticket if it fits in my schedule.
Thank you.
And I think probably many of my colleagues would. It's just you're kind of caught, this is kind of a new twist on the use of these funds for us and a pretty high expense, as you mentioned. So we're giving you, instead of voting no, we're giving you an opportunity to take it back to the Arts Commission and maybe address some of the things a little better. And I would say if you could whittle down the finances and maybe a shorter sponsorship and then maybe come back with a proviso you'd come back, something like that. But we don't want to discuss that now, but I'm just saying you have the chance now to go back in front of the commission if you'd like to.
Just to piggyback on that, this is nothing personal to you. You know, this is something that this council has to get together with the Public Arts Commission to figure out which direction we're going into. Because at one point, I was thinking we're funding you a business. You know what I mean? It sounded like, well, you give us this money and I'm going to pay these people. So it just got a little bit confusing. Again, nothing on you, but
Right.
We'll get it straight, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, the next item is a pet boarding zoning text amendment. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And this item, a couple of meetings ago, during your future agenda items, ask for a presentation on the zoning, what the zoning code says related to pet boarding facilities and what some other communities do on that. So Andy Firestein is here to present that for you, and we'll take guidance from you. And if there is the desire to change something ordinance, of course, that will have to go back to Planning Commission and come through the first and second reading and all that.
So good evening again, Mayor, Council, and thank you, Charlie, for that introduction. As City Manager has indicated, this is in response to a request from the Council at your October 25th meeting. That in itself was spurred by a request from a local business. This is an existing doggy daycare and overnight pet boarding facility. They're located in an industrial area in the city, and they're currently looking at relocating to another property. Currently, their zone designation is I-1, an industrial zone, and they're looking at a property that is zoned Planned Community Commercial, PCC. Unfortunately, their use is not an allowed use within the PCC zone district. It's a conditional use within the I-1 zone district, meaning that a doggy daycare business would need to apply for conditional use permit, go through a discretionary approval process with our Planning Commission to locate in that district. So for tonight, this really is a discussion. Staff is looking for some input, some discussion, and some direction from the council. No decision tonight. As part of this presentation in your staff report, I've prepared some information from a local as well as a national perspective on sort of the state of the doggy daycare land uses, the pet care industry, and what we've seen in zoning codes and what we've seen in other communities. So in our code, a kennel means really the boarding or the care of 5 or more dogs for any reason. That this could be an animal shelter, it could be a commercial business, but if you are boarding 5 or more dogs for any purpose, you are a kennel. So doggy daycare, that kind of business, it all fits within this definition of a kennel. You might think of kennels as something that looks a lot like this. This certainly comes to my mind. These are all kennels, but today these are also kennels. And we've seen quite an evolution in the pet care industry, especially in the last 20 years. There's been an increased demand for pampering, care of your pet, much the same way that we look to pamper and care for ourselves. What we see is that these modern uses are very distinct from the kennels from 40, 50 years ago. These kennels have a higher design aesthetic. There's more luxury, more boutique services that are provided within these doggy daycare land uses. And it's also increasingly common to see these in commercial areas. The images that you see on this slide, you have Camp Bow Wow. This is a location in Centennial, Colorado that I'm very familiar with. I was the planning director and planner there for a long time. That is located in a commercial zoning district adjacent to a Walmart. The Dogtopia on the bottom right of that slide, this one is from Overland Park, Kansas, and it is in a mixed-use development with retail, department stores, grocery, and residential uses. And the Houndstown, USA example, that is in Avondale, Arizona, and is located within an inline shopping center. In many ways, these are the pedigree of the doggy daycare industry, and they lead the pack for these types of uses. It's late, I'm sorry. So at a local level, our land use definition of a kennel, it's very similar to other communities. We took a look at other cities that have doggy daycares in their city, looked at their definitions. We're very similar. La Quinta requires a conditional use much like we do. Palm Desert and Palm Springs do not. So the options that staff sees here in our community, we can continue to interpret doggy daycare land uses as part of a kennel, meaning that if one were to come in our community, we would steer them towards the I-1 zoning district, and that would be a conditional use requiring a public hearing before the Planning Commission. That would continue to be consistent with how other Coachella Valley communities have interpreted this. In my mind, I think there have been a lot of changes within this industry. We have seen communities embrace them in commercial areas with some revisions, some provisions that are put into the code. We could take a look at modifying the use table to streamline this in the industrial zone district by removing that conditional use permit requirement. We could take a look at creating an administrative conditional use process. If we were to do that, I would suggest that we do this as part of a more comprehensive, a broader code amendment, because this may apply to other types of uses. Conditional uses where we have a new tenant going in an existing shopping center, that may be something we want to take a look at, not just for doggy daycare, but for other potential uses as well. The third option on here, this is the one that gets at the introduction of a doggy daycare land use in, say, a commercial shopping center in that PCC zoning district. We could take a look at a zoning code text amendment to modify the use table to allow a kennel land use, a doggy daycare land use, as a permitted or conditional use in the PCC zoning district. If we were to do that, I would suggest that we follow the lead of Centennial and other communities that have looked at putting performance standards in the code to address some of the issues that you might expect with a doggy daycare land use. Outdoor dog runs, proximity to residential areas, looking at sound attenuation for barking of dogs. All of those things were incorporated in the Centennial zoning code and really enabled the use to go in Centennial without much reservation. They were able to go through an administrative, ministerial process, not having to subject that to a conditional use. So there are options out there. If we were to look at modernizing the code as it applies to doggy daycare, perhaps opening up opportunities for this business that is looking to relocate. And as I indicated at the start of the presentation, this is for information, it's for discussion and possible direction. With that, I'll close out my presentation.
Very good. Thank you so much. And Mayor Pro Tem,
Thank you for that presentation. Yeah, this was brought to me a month or so ago by a local businessman that wanted to expand, and it brought to us our attention that kennels are different than doggy salons and stuff. And I thought it'd be a great idea to possibly bring more businesses to Cathedral City when you combine the two together, like you got a nail salon and a hair salon working together. So here you got a doggy salon, why can't you, board it? So, I'm all for moving forward and modernizing it, what other cities do, and maybe that could bring some more businesses into Cathedral City where we do have empty buildings that would be perfect for kennels. We have some big box stores, a lot of vacant property out there, so this could be advantageous to Cathedral City. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ross.
I also agree. I'm a psycho pet mother. I have put my dog in a kennel, not a kennel, a sophisticated boarding that included, 100 cameras where you could see your dog at any time during the day you wanted to. And he had his own bed that was elevated, that kind of a place. And I'm all for having something like that in Cathedral City with one caveat. I've never been to any kind of a boarding or a doggy, even daycare, that didn't have some outdoor area for the dogs, or even if they have cats too, to be able to have some freedom during the day to get the sunlight or rain or whatever it is. And I don't know how you balance that with, the Chinese restaurant next door. So you have to be a little bit more careful about that zoning if you're going to have live animals just right next to outdoors, and they make noise, and it's not an incredible amount of noise, but they make noise, and they're dogs. So, how do you make that work?
So I would look at what Centennial chose to do. And in Centennial's case, they had a lot of shopping centers that were close to residential areas. They were very concerned about outdoor dog runs in proximity to residential areas. So they pretty much said you can't have an outdoor dog run when you're within 300 feet of a residential area. So that was how they addressed that. They were concerned about sound attenuation. There's some language in their zoning code about how to mitigate the barking dogs from other tenants within that center. So there are things that we could look at in terms of performance standards that are put into the code to say that the use may be allowed on these conditions. And we can explore what some of that looks like. We haven't drafted an ordinance yet, but there are ways to look at how to make that compatible within the context of that shopping center.
I'm interested in seeing that. Thank you.
And Councilmember Gregory.
So for my feedback, yes, this makes a lot of sense. I'm surprised that, well, I'm not surprised, but I mean, I agree with you. I think it's kind of old-fashioned to have kennel ordinances that can only be in industrial areas under everything that's happened now. And we have plenty of empty stores and boxes. So whenever I see things like this, before I always think, well, why do we have these rules that say, no, you can't do this, when we have a lot of spaces and there's people that want it? If you can address the ills, which is kind of goes along with everything else. So I like what you were talking about, performance conditions. I think, yes, you have to address noise, you have to address smell, you have to address any other ills, make sure there's adequate parking, of course, like you do with anything else. But I think you could write an ordinance where you could allow this in commercial. Hopefully that they would have to be air conditioned, and these kind of, we put some thought into, what are the needs of the dogs and neighbors and the owners, and make those conditions, which I think could just be administrative. I don't see why Planning Commission would have to necessarily hear those types of things. It makes sense to me that we do that and expand it into commercial. So thank you for bringing this forward, and that's what I would certainly hope to see.
Councilman Gutierrez.
I also agree with my colleagues. I think it's time for us to go over our current zoning laws or ordinances. And also, I'm concerned regarding the smell and the noise and other possible concerns about neighboring tenants within that building. If it's a single-purpose building, I don't think a lot of these concerns would apply. But, for instance, if you go to Cardenas Market and you start this right next to one of the restaurants, just like you do with cannabis, the smell does pretty much protrude through the walls and through the ceilings and everything. So much of this could be the same thing. So we have to make sure that we address the concerns of neighboring either commercial tenants or, like it was mentioned, residences or anything like that, to make sure that we do it right. But I think we should move forward, but just make sure that we keep in mind these concerns. Okay, thank you.
I agree. There was a place in Palm Desert. It was called Barkingham Palace. Are you familiar with that? Right on Alessandro. So it was in a cluster of it was not industrial. It was in a commercial area, not next to restaurants, pretty isolated, and that's now the home to Create Center for the Arts, and they're moving. But it was lovely with columns and stairways, and it's like, who would want to go there? It was just fabulous. So I think with the right amount of thought and wise decision making, this is a good project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good. And This is for discussion only. Any public comments about this? Do we have any public here? No dogs? No arf arf? No?
I would just summarize, Mayor, it sounds like we got the guidance that we need to go ahead
Okay.
and take a look at this. We know it'll take some time because we need to do it correctly
Right.
and take a look at some of these other cities, but we'll get an amendment going through the process probably after the first.
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next item, unlawful possession of catalytic converter ordinance. Uh-oh, we got the big guns out here for that.
Thank you.
Yes, catalytic converter.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Krem will present this item. This came to us because the Riverside County Board of Supervisors recently acted on this, and I think after that, Palm Springs did. It's catalytic converter theft is one of the top crimes in Cathedral City. He'll show you some data on that, and I'll let Chief Krem give the presentation before I say anything else.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm happy to close out this meeting tonight with a catalytic converter ordinance proposal. And I'll start out with a couple of photos that to the left side depicts catalytic converters that have been removed from a vehicle. You can see that they are able to be removed with common tools that many people possess in their homes. To the right, you see an individual underneath a vehicle actually removing the catalytic converter. So the catalytic converter is an exhaust emissions control device. It's located underneath automobiles between the exhaust manifold and the muffler. The devices contain precious metals such as platinum, palladium, and rhodium, some of which are valued at several $1,000s per ounce, which is what makes this item attractive to steal. It's easily accessible on most vehicles, and to give you some examples of theft just in our city, in 2021 we had 24 catalytic converters stolen. In 2022, tripled to 75. And in 2023, to the date that I wrote this staff report, we've had 36 stolen in our city. As you know, this is a nationwide issue. It's not specific to Cathedral City. It's a state issue, it's a county issue, and it's a local issue. These thefts are on the rise because individuals are incentivized to commit the thefts for multiple reasons, which include the ease and undetectable nature of committing such thefts, potentially in a matter of seconds. One video I watched, the individual removed the catalytic converter in 12 seconds. So very difficult to catch these individuals. Secondly, the ability to recycle the converters at scrap metal yards for high dollar returns, ranging from $200 to $1,200 per converter, and loopholes in legislation protecting criminals from prosecution unless a victim can be identified. If you saw my weekly newsletter a couple of weeks ago, I talked about catalytic converter theft and ways to protect yourself, and also ways to identify the catalytic converter on your vehicle. That helps us in identifying who the victim is.
Are they not serial numbered?
They're not. But that law is changing in January for new vehicles. So while there have been legislative attempts in Sacramento to crack down on converter thefts, I'll give you an example. Just last month, 3 individuals in Sacramento were arrested and have since pled guilty to a $600 million catalytic converter theft ring.
Oh my God.
Where they were sending catalytic converters from California to New Jersey. So this is a very, very large national and international operation. Again, Sacramento is working on this, as well as county and local ordinances being passed. So what I'm here to do today and tonight is some of the agencies locally, the County of Riverside, cities of Corona, Eastvale, and Palm Springs, have created ordinances for the mere possession of a catalytic converter with the inability to show proof that it's your catalytic converter. So by criminalizing the mere possession of an unattached catalytic converter absent proof of ownership or lawful possession, this ordinance that we're proposing tonight would combat, to a certain extent, this criminal practice. So we would hope to achieve deterrence by establishing zero tolerance for catalytic converter thefts, establishing sanctions for possessing the stolen converters, prohibiting the falsification of information in documents and records used to verify ownership or lawful possession of the converter itself, preventing criminals from profiting from the sale and recycling of stolen catalytic converters, providing indirect justice to the victims of catalytic converter theft cases that have gone or will go unsolved, and minimizing the fiscal and personnel impact on our city and our police department by reducing the time invested in deterring and investigating catalytic converter thefts. And to be brutally honest with you, we are not that successful in identifying these individuals that are stealing converters. So the proposed ordinance adds a new chapter to the Cathedral City Municipal Code. The ordinance is based on an ordinance that was adopted by the Riverside County Board of Supervisors on September 12, 2023. This proposed ordinance would make it unlawful for any person to possess any catalytic converter that is not attached to a vehicle unless the person has valid proof of ownership of the converter. Notably, the city is not required to prove the catalytic converter was stolen in order to establish the possession is not a lawful possession. Under the ordinance, documentation or other proof could include the following types of documents: a bill of sale from the original owner with the signature of the vehicle owner authorizing removal of the catalytic converter, as well as the name, address, and telephone number of the vehicle owner; documentation from an auto body shop or similar business proving that the owner relinquished the catalytic converter to the auto body shop or business; verifiable electronic communication from the previous owner to the possessor relinquishing ownership of the catalytic converter; photographs of the vehicle from which the catalytic converter originated clearly showing the license plate number and vehicle identification number of the car from which the catalytic converter was removed. And to touch a little bit on January 1st, 2024, a new law in California requires the vehicle to have the VIN number attached to the catalytic converter itself. That's never been the case up until January 1.
Chief, is that going to be just in California or the entire country?
It's California, so Sacramento passed that law effective January 1st. But that's going to be for new vehicles coming into being sold in California. And if there's certain vehicles that are not targeted. Electric vehicles are not targeted for catalytic converter theft. Believe it or not, the number one vehicle targeted is Toyota Prius. And that's nationally. So tonight my recommendation is that the City Council introduce and give first reading to an ordinance adding Chapter 11.78 to Title 11 of the Cathedral City Municipal Code, implementing mere possession of a catalytic converter without proof of ownership unlawful.
Thank you so much.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and our first question is from Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, have we had any arrest in which the individual was in possession of catalytic converters within our city?
We have not.
We have not caught him.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Ross.
If your intention is to hold, and correct me if I'm down the road the wrong way here, a person in an automobile that gets pulled over and you see the catalytic converter and they cannot prove where they got it from, then that would be what charge?
It would be a municipal code violation if council.
Okay, okay. So what if you're at a junkyard and you find catalytic converters? Are you actually holding the owners of the junkyard to that same standard that they need to prove where they came from?
Absolutely.
And do you currently do that?
We will with this ordinance.
But as of now, we don't pursue this at all?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
If we're called for a call for service, we would investigate that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. My husband will be happy. They took his right out of the Ford 150 right in our driveway while we were home.
I heard.
Yeah, anyway. So there,
For sleeping.
yeah, there you go. So, okay, and any other questions from the council? No, we're already moving on. I'm here yakking. Public comments.
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Terry doesn't want to comment on this item.
Great. Thank you. And the city clerk will read the title of the ordinance. Thank you.
We didn't vote, yeah. Mayor, can we take a vote first and then I'll read the title of the ordinance? Oh, I
We did.
apologize. I did not even pay attention. Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes. And I will now read the title, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cathedral City, California, adding Chapter 11.78 to Title 11 of the Cathedral City Municipal Code, establishing regulations prohibiting the unlawful possession of catalytic converters.
Great, thank you. And then the last says closed session. Does Eric, does he need to? No, okay, good. We'll adjourn the meeting. This was super. Good job, guys. Next meeting, December 13th.
It pays to be next to a person who can't eat. Huh?